Once again, if you haven't had enough of me yesterday, I am Dying New Atari, doing a fill-in run of FF6 Glitchless. Without further ado, we'll start the timer. We got a lot of downtime to start talking about stuff. So, ready on the timer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So, as we were setting up, what I did was I watched the opening intro, which saves us from watching it when we hit New Game. It's a nice little 2-minute time save, because we're not watching it on the timer. So what we also do in this run is we use a step route. So we do a bunch of resets. So each time you reset on the load screen, it advances a seed +1. Every time you advance it on the overworld, it advances it by 14 + 1, which is 15. So we start the game, we start the speed run on seed 244. So basically, we'll know what every encounter is and where it will be, but we can't manipulate things like back attacks and preempts. Those are decided on the frame the battle starts. So here in the beginning, we have Question Mark Girl and Bix and Wedge. The main goal is to have Bix and Wedge run away from every encounter. So we want to give Question Mark Girl all the experience in the world. So by having them run away from these 3 encounters, we actually get Question Mark to level 5. You might have noticed we took a right step before going up. That skips an event trigger. So we save 2 encounters. You can't take them if you really want to, but it kind of messes everything up down the line a little bit. Nice. So we play on battle speed 6 weight. Battle speed in this game, unlike other Final Fantasies, is just a hidden difficulty meter. So battle speed only affects enemy ATB and not party ATB. Weight means anytime we have a sub-menu open, like magic, item, if we have blitz, steal, runic select, the ATB in the battle is universally paused. This allows us to eke out a couple of more attacks before the enemy gets their attack. So even though the title is FF6 Glitchless, it really can be considered no major glitches. This rule set was lifted from the Japanese runners who use Battle Speed 1 active, basically playing the game on the hardest possible mode. I'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. So here we run into a crab, snail. So actually, Question Mark has some good ATB, which is nice. So we're going to be doing 2 tech missiles to the head. We're healing Question Mark Girl in case she gets a thunderbolt to the face. So a good thing about this fight is the shell starts with 0 ATB and the head starts with a random amount of ATB. By the power of math, if we hit the shell, we trigger a counterattack, and what happens is that counterattack replaces its normal turn. So instead of the shell calling the head to disappear, it hits us with a lightning bolt and then everything goes on as normal. And that's the first boss. And I totally forgot what I was talking about before we got to this part. Oh yeah, this run can really be considered no major glitches. Because we will be doing quite a few glitches. These are glitches considered that you could do in a regular playthrough. So why not? We'll throw them in for good measure. Yes, Arvis is the love of my life. I spend most of my attempts talking to, just looking into Arvis's eyes. Oh no, Rod, it's all good. I'm kind of just joking around a little bit at this point. They're not glitches, they're features. But so Japanese play on Battle Speed 1 active, which does give it a very, very good, different route. A lot of different feel. In this run, we'll be beefing up Terra and Celis. In their run, they beef up Terra and Edgar. And it's fun to watch Edgar poke stuff with man-eaters. But that is a tale for another time. Or probably about an hour when I run out of things to talk about. So we shortened Terra's name to T. This game draws 2 characters every frame. So by shortening it, we're saving 2 to 3 frames every time their name is printed. Over the course of this game, saves like a minute. Do any non-Japanese runners 1 active have a VOD? No. No one in the West has done a BSA 1 route, Battle Speed 1 active. We all pretty much stick to Battle Speed 6. Wait. Just because it's our rule set. You could just steal the Japanese route and swap it over, but none of us, we're all really, really lazy people. What is the name of the glitch, the alternate hair colors? Palette swapping. You get it when activating the sketch glitch or when you play the game with the Jador timer active. If you watch Nirm's New Game Plus run, yes, this game doesn't have a New Game Plus. If you watch Nirm's New Game Plus run from AGDQ 2019, he does some very, very funky stuff, and it really shows how much you can break this game. It doesn't show all the glitches, but it does show a good chunk of them. No one runs PlayStation because the load screens are horrendous. I've done 1 run on the GBA, which is horrendous. Buffalax runs the Steam version. But GBA, you don't have a step route because the seed is frame-based, and the extra dialogue just really slows down the game quite a bit. And then PlayStation, with the extra 3 to 4 seconds per load, you're just wasting extra time for really nothing. So like the PlayStation port for FF6 is very, very unoptimized. But like there's nothing stopping you from doing it. There was a German runner named Whippy. Seed Manip does work on PlayStation. Because it doesn't do it by frame base. The GBA and Steam version are the only 2 that do seed by frame base. All the other ones, you can increment the seed by resetting on the overworld. Same thing with the Wii and Wii U ports to the game, and same thing with the SNES Classic. So there we just took 4 encounters. Terra can easily kill them with a fire. What we wanted is we wanted T to get to level 6 before we drop down. This game has a average party level system. So by getting Terra to level 6, Locke joins at average party level +2. Since Terra is the only active party member, Locke will join at level 8, which will cause Edgar to join at level 9. So it's just a very, very quick, efficient way to get extra couple of levels on characters over and over again. We'll pretty much be stopping this trend soon, at least for a good chunk of the World of Balance. Another good thing about raising your level is your level plays into the damage formula. You don't actually gain stats, but since the level plays into it, you do get small damage increases the more levels you get. So here we get probably our biggest disappointment of the run, Locke. He has 2 jobs, to steal and throw smoke bombs, and he's really bad at stealing. Once again, just because stealing is based off your level. So a lot of the times Locke will have anywhere between a 40 to a 30% steal chance. So Kara fell down a hole. Locke is like, hey, what about this girl I'm supposed to talk to? Arvis is like, hey, she went back in the mines, better go catch her. So here we get introduced to the multi-party battle system. We're only going to be using the one with Mog, so you can't unequip Mog in the equip menu, but you can unequip him in battle, because his character actually lines up with his character data. So the game tried to stop you from stripping him naked, but it still gave you ways to do it. How long do you keep following step route? To the very last fight. The step route is especially important in Kefka's Tower because it allows you to skip the unrunnable encounters, i.e. GT Behemoths and load movers, or land movers. So when those wolves are in their stepping animation, they don't have a collision box. So you can just safely walk right by them. So here we're going to start the battle with a run buffer, just to push the enemy's AI back, because if they end up doing net on Mog, we can't strip them naked. And we really want his equipment. Alright, Mog didn't crit, so we can at least get his pike. So Mog's Mithril Pike is a very, very powerful weapon at this point in the game. It's about 40 or 50 attacks stronger than Edgar's Mithril Blade. So it's a very, very good chunk of damage. And it also allows Locke to upgrade his Dirk from to a Mithril Blade, which is only really important for one fight. So Tara can't remember anything, but she remembers her name. So Locke is a member of the Returners. The Returners is an anti-Gashalian Empire resistance. And we're going down to talk to King Ed. Ed supports the Empire to the face, but secretly supports the Returners. So he's a double-dealing bastard. So there's going to be one more encounter. I'm going to play it safe and hug the mountainside. Thanks, Locke. I appreciate it. So normally you would name Ed E, but it's always a joke in my chat to name him King Ed. It's kind of funny that he's the only character, if you don't accidentally delete all the letters, ends up with a pretty normal name. So here we kind of get to peruse the castle a little bit. The only thing we have to do to progress the plot is just name Sabin. So something kind of funny is if you name Sabin, he still doesn't have access to Blitz. So there's something you can do in this game called the airship glitch, which you can give yourself the airship very, very early. So if you skip naming Sabin and fight Vargas, Sabin will be a Moogle that has Blitz, which means you can have a Moogle suplex the Phantom Train, which is infinitely hilarious to watch. Or if you get Sabin and don't fight Vargas, Sabin can't use Blitzes. How much time to shortening the name? Minutes. Lock on his own in one of the glitched runs. So no sketch is about 2 hours shorter. 2 hours shorter than the estimate, and renaming Lock alone saves 28 seconds. So no one's really gone through a glitch list, but you're probably saving 4 to 5 minutes. This game is very, very text heavy, especially with all the extra cutscenes in the Empire, going through Thamasa. One day I'll stop being lazy. I'll stop being lazy and actually go through the game and count. For like an accurate time, but I kind of just go off of the old no sketch times. One frame will produce 2 characters. This runs at 60.09 frames per second, the native SNES frame rate. So one frame will produce 2 letters. But it also depends on the text box too. If the text box ends on an odd, having one or 2 characters doesn't matter. Having it end on an even, you end up saving that frame. So it can get very, very labor intensive if you want to get like exact numbers. So I lose a couple of seconds. I probably lose 2 or 3 seconds over the course of a 5-hour run from having Edgar to Ed, but it's just something we do in chat, and it makes people happy. So we talked to Spoony Kefka. We talked to his guards, and we're like, all right, let's get Terra to bed. Not with any of the characters. Terra just really needs some sleep. So Locke wants us to follow him, but we're assertive, so he's going to follow us. And then we're going to follow him. Yeah, it's 2 characters per frame. So Edgar wakes up and he smells a fire, and he doesn't know what's going on. Unfortunately, everyone ran out of marshmallows. That's why this NPC in the bottom's panicking. So we don't need to talk to Kefka. We just need to go up north and talk to the soldier to progress. When he talked to Kefka, he's like, I told you I'd be back. Yeah, as Quinn is pointing out in chat, there are a lot of things in this game that depend on the NPC movement value. The first instance of that really plays into about 2 hours into the run. So like an RNG for manipulation for this game is ATB has 60 different layouts, 60. So if you were amazing and you could look at what your starting ATB was, and then if you delayed a certain amount of frames, you could manipulate preemptives. Unfortunately, that's way too much thinking for my little tiny brain. So I just hold L and R, and then hold A, and let me take it to the promised land. So Ed is a very, very slow character, which makes me sad. Ooh, spicy. He didn't die though, so I'm happy. 2 auto crossbows will kill these guys. Auto crossbow has a very, very high attack stat. I believe it's 128, and it doesn't suffer from split damage. So if there's 1 enemy or 6 enemies on the screen, they're always taking full damage. Split damage means if you attack more than 1 enemy, the damage gets reduced by 50%. Which is often a good thing, because if it's 2 or 6 enemies, they're all getting that 50% damage hit. Yes, plus we stole a tonic, so we're really good on healing items. You don't want to use magic with Terra. Well, you do in a casual setting for a nice 2.5-minute cutscene, where everyone's shocked she can use magic. That cutscene ceases to exist once we leave the South Figaro Cave. So our next goal before fighting Vargas, the next boss coming up, is to get Edgar to level 10, Locke to level 9, and Terra to level 8. That will make sure Sabin will join at level 11. Because 10 plus 9 plus 8 divided by 3 is 9. Don't worry, very, very soon we will be getting sprint shoes, so we can move faster. So here we're just going to fight these 3 encounters. We are going to queue up an attack with Locke and Terra. These Blearlies, the gumdrop enemies, Edgar's lowest damage roll with his auto crossbow is 118. These guys have 119 hit points. So if you get Edgar's lowest roll and you just queue up a defense command, everyone just awkwardly stares at each other for a couple of seconds. At the end of finishing a battle, you'd like to have all the menus closed. That saves 13 frames, which doesn't sound like a lot, but there is quite a few battles in the game, so that 13 frames adds up quite a bit. However, if you're escaping via smoke bomb, don't queue up the defense command, because you just end up creating unnecessary lag and you end up losing a couple of frames. So this will be the last encounter of the cave. L on cleanup duty. So there's also something on the overworld called no encounter tiles. So you might see me take a little bit of wonky pathing. No encounter tiles meaning we take a walk and we don't generate any threat. So it's a good way to just get a bunch of extra free steps before the next encounter. So we buy 3 sprint shoes. It's really nice, especially when we get to Kefka's Tower. It saves us a bunch of unequipping and re-equipping. If you want to play safe, you can buy 2 and a star pendant. If you equip the star pendant, it will remove poison. So you can end up saving a couple of magic points on Terra. Just do a safety save in case something horrible happens. So a lot of the RNG is early game, probably under the first 80 minutes. And a lot of the RNG just comes from running away. Because like each time an enemy gets an attack, you're just losing a couple of seconds. So sometimes you get weird stuff like this, where 2 people will run away and 1 person just kind of stays there confused. So we go this way to grab the Atlas Armlet. The Atlas Armlet will do a lot of good work. It increases all physical damage by 25%, which means Edgar's auto crossbow is now going to do good damage. So my PB in this is a 4 hour, 59 minute, and 45 seconds. So I gave myself 40 minutes over PB. Which sounds like a lot, but it's really not. Late game is a very, very big pain in the butt. There's a lot of just death points. There's a couple of just encounters or battles that'll just screw you over. And it's always better to be safe than sorry. But like, all these, like, at the end of the battle, like, you're only saving maybe 20 seconds over the course of a 5-hour run. Like, you're not saving anything along the lines of minutes. The step route does save you a little bit of time. If anything, it just makes the run more consistent. Because you know how much money you'll have, you know how much experience you have, you know how much battles you have to fight to get from point A to point B. But in the last year, the old world record was a 5:04:29 by FF Monk 9. And I spent a good chunk of 2019 and 2020 just trying to lower it that 4.5 minutes. So on preempts, you want to do several different things. If it's a single enemy, you want to queue up a defense command and run away. If it's 2 enemies, you want to queue up a steal command. What you're doing is you're creating lag. I know this sounds weird. But you want to create lag to make sure everyone runs away at the same time. Because if you just hold L and R, only Edgar and Locke will run away, and then 2 seconds later, Terra will run away. The game checks for running every 2 seconds. I was hoping Locke would run away from one of those big fights. I mean, like, it really is no average runtime. A death to tier 3 costs you 12 minutes. A death to Doom costs you 5 minutes. A death to Goddess costs you 4 minutes. A death to Crane costs you 3.5 minutes. So it all just depends on how the game wants to play, and it's nothing bad on the player. If the game just doesn't want you to progress, you're not going to progress. There's also ninjas on the floating continent that can kill your run. There's a bunch of like little small stuff you just have to keep an eye out for. Death to Tentacles will cost you 5 minutes. So Like, you can just keep going on and on and on with this. It just doesn't change anything in the end. Obviously, like, an estimate is for worst case scenario. So we got all our levels. We're going to do an auto crossbow. Locke is just going to attack to round out damage to kill the first Aipu. You have to kill the Aipu to be able to damage Vargas. Vargas has 21,000 hit points, and after you've dealt about 770 hit points to him, Sabin is queued to show up. So it's just a lot of auto crossbows, fires. This should be the last attack. So you can notice I have steel selected and Terra's ATB isn't increasing. That's basically all ATB weight tricking is. You want to ATB weight trick the end of Vargas in hopes that you can kill him before he uses Doomfist on Sabin. Not needed, but it does save a little bit of time. The good thing about dialogue in battles is you can just hold A. You don't have to mash for in-battle dialogue, which is really nice. $31.10 Vargas. I'm happy with that. It's a very, very strong start so far. My PB also played very, very risky. So there's an item we grab in Gogo's Cave for Sabin called the Red Jacket, which gives him fire immunity. I skip that in the PB because it saves 35 seconds. I skip a lot of shops, which does have the choice to end the run, and it does suck losing a run 4.5. You know, like right at the end, but there's a lot of like really, really risky stuff you can do to save very, very few seconds, but just like everything else, like the seconds do add up over the course of the run. By cutting a couple of item shops, I only go into Kefka's Tower with very, very little Phoenix Downs. So if someone dies 3 times, 4 times, the run's over. Doom is a lot more of an issue that I can get into in about 4 hours, 5 hours. Yes, thank you, Quina. So there's a very, very funny soft lock that can happen, where if the NPC values line up just right, that returner on the right-hand side will walk in front of the returner you're following. And you don't have control of your character until that returner is at the very, very top of the stairs. So if that returner walks in between you and the one you're following, or blocks the one you're following, it's a soft lock because the returner will try to move down. And he can't move down because the NPC is stopping him. So you're just kind of sitting there in this awkward phase, just kind of like looking at each other, and you're just hating yourself because there's nothing you did wrong. What makes you save time, lose time? Not dying is definitely saving time. You lose a lot of time just in encounters. Mount Colts was a pretty good, but Doom Train, you do have a very high chance to get pincered. And with pincers, you have to kill. It is generally faster to kill all the enemies instead of just clearing out one side to run away. So a pincer will lose you 45 seconds. If Shadow ends up dying in the Imperial base, you end up losing 30 seconds. If you fall off step route, not the largest deal. If you end up losing Gao, if you don't get Gao by the second encounter, you lose time. A lot of it is just encounter luck, and even though we have smoke bombs that will instantly allow us to escape from battles, like you're still at the mercy of just getting hit too much, having to heal. Oops. Like going into a menu to heal is 8-10 seconds. So if you do that 20 times in a battle, you're losing 3 minutes. Fights, RNG, NPCs blocking your path. Well, it's not really failing to run, it's just enemies getting attacks off before you can run. That's really about it. Like, the big time swings definitely in the game are the first 80 minutes. After that, the game is pretty stable. Like, you're gonna have the odd 15-20 second time loss here and there due to battle RNG or waiting half a second for Locke to throw a smoke bomb. After Sabin's scenario, the run is pretty consistent up to the cranes. The cranes is just a bad battle. You're low hit points, it's a pincer attack, they like to counterattack. So you can start off the battle, Locke instantly dies, there goes a big damage dealer. If Sabin dies, there's an even bigger damage dealer. Sealed Cave, you're just hoping for run RNG. Floating Continent, the step route is active, but the game picks from one of 4 different battles. And if you end up getting ninjas, they kill Edgar and Celis, which means you have to heal him up. But Edgar needs magic to learn Doom, so you need to fight extra battles. It's a very, very toss turn. So here I'm going to do a save and a reset, and then a reset again. This is going to manipulate the seed 16 forward. What it does also is it puts the NPC at a known value. And this allows us to manipulate the NPC, where if I don't screw this up, I'll get a 2 encounter river. So there I was waiting for Buddy to go left, and on his 3rd step up, I leave. That puts me on some NPC value. I don't remember the number because I'm a bad commentator. So the first encounter will be a Nautocite and an Exocite, and the second encounter will be double Pterodons. I should have put Bannon in the back row, and I'm regretting life decisions. Oh, all good, sir. Feel free to ask. So what I want to do is have Sabin, Ed, Terra, and Bannon leave. I want Edgar to get all the experience in this fight. This will get Edgar to level 11, which boosts the average party level enough where Celis ends up getting a free level. This extra level from Edgar is going to help us out way in the Opera House with the rats. So Edgar's we're pretty much going to be staying these levels for probably the next 2 hours of the run. Bosses don't give experience, and often don't give money either. So we're not really going to be fighting. We'll fight battles we have to, but we're not going to be fighting a lot of random encounters unless we get a pincer attack or something along those lines. So we gave Edgar the Genji glove and the Atlas armlet, so both of his weapons get that 25% physical increase. The Genji glove is more broken than the gauntlet. The Genji glove was supposed to be 50% battle power for each weapon, but because of a bug in the code, surprise, surprise, each weapon does 100% damage. So Ultros is one of those good bosses where we always start with full ATB and he starts with 0 ATB. So with the power of math, once again, we can do the same counter cancel trick that we did with Welk. Because Ultros' first move is to say Musclehead hates him, and then hit Sabin with a tentacle attack. So we've traded the tentacle attack for a very weak ink attack. So it makes this fight very scripted, as long as you don't miss an Orbital. So, speaking of blitzes, the game lies to you with blitzes. It doesn't accept diagonal inputs. So Orbital was supposed to be the Hadoken. It ends up being that if you do down, down, left, or down, left, left, you'll always hit those blitzes 100% of the time. Basically, just replace a card or a diagonal direction with a cardinal, and you're good to go. You're off to the races. How much of the routing did I do? The initial route was done by Poexel, and it's still pretty. A lot of the work Poexel did in the FF6 community is still very much present. A lot of what I did was just, I found one Japanese technique, or I found a couple of Japanese techniques and brought them over. And a lot of my work was just condensing menus. Condensing menus and increasing the amount of rods we buy. So it was more of just taking, if we get rid of a couple of safeties, we can buy a couple of extra rods that will save 5 seconds here, 10 seconds here. There isn't really any like very, very large time saves. It was just a lot of little stuff that adds up. So we recruit Shadow. Due to randomosity in this game, the game checks how many party members you have and how many enemies are in the battle. And it, deciding on that, it gives you a back attack, side attack, pincer, preempt rate. Recruiting Shadow gives us a better chance better chance not to get back attacked in the Imperial base. Unfortunately, it does increase it in the Phantom Train, but Shadow also has some very good equipment. His Imperial sells for a good chunk of money, and the Ninja Gear we'll be giving Sabin gives him +2 to speed. Edgar getting to level 11 on the river has been a thing for 5-6 years, if not longer. We have been looking at it, and having Edgar skip that fight on the river can be a time save, because level 10 Edgar on the Opera isn't the worst thing. It all just depends, once again, on your comfort level. Like how comfortable you are, because the Opera can go pretty good where you only lose 2 or 3 seconds, or it can go really bad where you lose like 20 seconds. It was one of those things we just started playing around with recently, so it hasn't really fully been tested. It was just when I was routing this is just not something I ever thought to test. A moustache man, the samurai. A moustache man child, I believe in you. To get me this black belt from the enemy commander. So don't pooch me, said moustache man. So there's 2 drops we can get. The common drop, the 7/8, is a black belt which sells for 2,500 GP. The rare drop, the 1/8 drop, is a Phoenix Down which sells for 250. Because we picked up the white cape in the Returner's hideout, we really don't care. But the black belt just really nicely rounds out your money. Is the PlayStation a source port or emulated? Source port. The extra loading screens the extra long loading screens is due to the SNES cart would load the overworld in ROM and then load the menu. What the PlayStation does is why the loading screens are so long is it deloads the world to load the menu. Because of the way they coded it, nothing ever goes into RAM for fast access. So that's why a lot of the transitions are faster, because you're just putting something in RAM and grabbing it later. But the PlayStation just completely deloads it and then reloads it after it deloads the menu. So here Leo's like, Kefka, don't poison these people. Very bad Kefka. Kefka's like, I got a Boy Scout. As soon as he leaves, he's like, dump it in the water. So the reasons Kefka's not 20 feet tall is Kefka in these battles is actually considered a party member. That's why he can dance around in battle and do the little funny animations. So since he's considered a party member, having battle speed at 1 doesn't affect when he attacks. So there we pretty much stripped Shadow naked, but we gave him his dagger. We gave Sabin a brand new Mithril shield, courtesy of Mog, and Shadow's ninja gear. So here I'm going to hope for a little bit of luck. I'm going to hope that Sabin attacks one of the guys in the back row. Nice. If the battle speed is 1, enemies will get their turn faster. If the battle speed is 6, the enemies will get their turn slower. So if we were on battle speed 1, each one of those soldiers would have attacked 2 to 3 times before we got 2 attacks in. So it works out, generally they get 2 attacks for every one of yours. Battle speed 1 is quite the difficulty hike. So here, everyone drank the Kool-Aid. They're not feeling so hot. I don't know why they drank purple water. It doesn't seem like a good idea, but they did it anyways. No back row Sabin. So, more of a battle speed thing. How much is it abused? I mean, it's abused for the whole run because we sit on battle speed 6 for pretty much the entire run besides 2 circumstances. That fight because we want the enemy leader to hit Cyan so he triggers retort, and on Zone Eater so we can get eaten faster. Besides that, we're sitting at battle speed 6 for the entire game because it makes it easier. There's very, very few instances where we want the enemies to actually get more attacks off. Generally having them act very slow is beneficial. We get to deal more damage, which means we get to heal less, which saves time. So here, Cyan is so enraged he gets his own special row in the battle. So Cyan is kind of on autopilot. He technically has the black belt equipped, which gives him a 25% counterattack rate. What we really don't want to see is Dispatch. These guys die to one physical anyways. So Dispatch is just a couple of seconds wasted, but it's out of your control. So Sabin's attacking with a fork, Cyan is stabby stabby, and then Shadow's just poking people with his dirk. Have at thee, vile scum. So you generally want to wait for Cyan to attack first, in case he does something stupid like that. I think he should die to this next attack. Yeah. So what you normally want is Cyan to attack the front row. Shadow will kill the other front soldier, and then Sabin will kill the back guard with Aura Bolt. Aura Bolt is a magical-based blitz. So even though it has a much lower magic power and is subjugated to the enemy's magic defense, it will do much more damage than Pummel. The only times we'll do Pummel is just because it's a faster animation. This game heavily favors magic over physical, and just the whole game's code in general. So we'll be abusing mostly magic. There's a couple of times we will be abusing physical attacks, but the vast majority of the run is magic. So Shadow won't be attacking anymore, so we want to take his Imperial off. So we've escaped the enemy camp, and now we're making our way to the Doom Train. Ooh, nice. Thankfully, we will be getting a full heal just coming up. So this next encounter is one you have to watch out for. This one is going to be 3 ghosts. Alright, and it's not a pincer. Making progress. So we've made it to everyone's favorite area of the Doom Train. This is usually where you can save a lot of time or lose a lot of time. There are some pretty scary encounters. So the good thing about this area is if you've misstepped at all, you can make back up to 7 steps. You're not the boss of me, Trissy. Stop telling me how to live my life. So in this next cart, we burn 7 steps. That's just, we want to force an encounter. So this encounter will be 3 still goings, or if we get it outside, it will be 4 whispers, and it also ends up messing up the Velt pack. So you definitely want to force an encounter here. If you're more than 7 steps off, don't worry about it, just continue as normal. There are a couple of places in the route you can gain back steps, but by saving it from the returner's hideout to the Velt is by far the most important. Because it makes it really, really easy to get, or you get 2 really easy encounters to save Gal. If you drop it after that, it's no big deal. You have smoke bombs. Smoke bombs just allow you to escape battles instantly for 300 GP. Them the rules. I'll show you rules. I need the suplex. So, because it is a marathon and I am scared, I'm gonna heal. So now we're kind of in that unfortunate situation where if a ghost ends up in front of us, we can't do anything. We kind of just gotta push him in the back until he gets out of our way. Poppy! Bye, Poppy. So thankfully, because of the step route, the next encounters will be solo bombs, which is nice because they're very slow at gaining ATB. But if they get their turn off, you can be in a world of hurt. Their blaze attack hits for like 200. And we don't have that many hit points to speak of. I'm okay if Cyan dies, he needs his retirement package. So thankfully, saving doesn't cost you steps. So just doing a little bit of inventory management during the death animation. Sub-hour Doom Train. I'll still take that. Of life at the Steel of Death. Due to like typical Final Fantasy tropes, if an enemy's dead, just throw a Phoenix down on it. And you're off to the races. No worries. So here Cyan is going to watch his family, Lena and Owena. People like to see the train get suplexed. For a marathon, it's not really code, but it's still something nice. Chat likes to see it. In a PB run, you wouldn't do it. A suplex costs anywhere between 15 to 20 seconds. But for marathon, or if you're running the run, just have fun with it. Everyone enjoys it, and it really doesn't harm anything. So we gave Sabin the earrings, which will boost his his aura bolt damage by 25%. It's a pretty hefty increase. Don't use the retort glitch. Don't use the retort glitch. So in the glitched runs, you can abuse something called the retort glitch. So if you kill Cyan and then revive him and then use retort, it does really funny things, where retort will just trigger no matter what instead of Cyan being attacked. In this, what we do is just basically wait for the music out. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill one enemy, we're going to put everyone in the back row and then defend, which will reduce all damage by 75%. And we're just going to wait it out. So Rizzo Pause isn't queued to flag until 68 or 70 seconds after the battle started. I use 10 seconds after the music has looped. So I have a timer on my other monitor, and I'll just keep an eye on it. And when the music kicks over, I'll queue up an attack about 8.5 seconds after, because the attack takes a little bit of a charge time to happen. And then you just go do your regular business. But you can keep killing these piranhas. It just doesn't add anything beneficial. Two, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Rizopaz. Tequila. Nice, we got the fast pattern. So we have now entered the coast. We're now off the coast of Brazil. It's a vast open country. We run into a wild Habibs. The character's name is Gao, but for all intents and purposes, we're going to call him Habibs. And Habibs just wants some dried meat. He just wants a friend. But he's very shy and doesn't know how to go about it. So we're going to have 3 encounters going to Mos Blizz. And on step route, we have two encounters to get Gao to show up at a 5/8 chance. If he doesn't show up, you just lose your step route. It's still no big deal because we're getting smoke bombs very soon. You can't really accidentally glitch retort. You have to go out of your way to do it. Like, you have to go out of your way to kill Cyan, then revive Cyan, then activate retort, and then activate suplex. So it's not something you can be like, oh, I did this accidentally. Like, it's something you definitely went out of your way for. Thankfully, it's one of those glitches where the lines aren't fuzzy. It's very, very clear cut. It's very, very clear cut in the sand. Why do I have extra money? Oh yeah, because I fought an extra trillium. Alright, so we have a 5/8 chance for Habibs to show up on a normal encounter. Nice. If it's a back attack, pincer, or side attack, it drops to 0, and if a character is dead, it drops to 0. So we're looking pretty good so far. Yo, Rhea. So Gao can be one of the most powerful characters in the game. There's one really, really broken rage we can get. It's called Stray Cat. And Stray Cat has an ability called Cat Scratch. Cat Scratch attacks for like 8 times normal damage. The issue with getting Stray Cat in the speedrun is it involves quite a few resets, and resetting in this game is very slow. It also comes to the point where Habibs can only be used in really a few battles. It's not worth it to take him to the Opera House. It's not worth taking him to the Meiji Tech Research Facility. So Habibs has very, very limited use. Gogo actually makes much more use of it when it comes to Kefka's Tower. But sadly, the setup to make that work just isn't worth the time either. You have to get Gao in the World of Balance. It's the only way to progress the plot. So there's a cave to the south we're going that has a underwater helmet for us. If you get there without Gao, everyone's like, I think we missed something, and then you just go back out to Velt and find them. Sadly, you need to get Gao, and there's no way around it. If there was a way to skip them, it would be amazing. But unfortunately, it's just one of those things the game thrusts upon you. It is very rare, but I have had runs die to the Velt. It was Kappa! The original Kappa. So just doing a safety save. The first encounter in this river can be a real nasty one. So there's going to be 4 encounters. If the first encounter is a solo Anguiform, it has a 66% chance to use Aqua Rake. Aqua Rake will deal about 200 damage to the whole party. if we can't kill it before it attacks us. If the first encounter's not that, we're fine, but it's still been a little bit, and I don't want to go back hunting for Habibs again. This is one place where RNG can save you all the time or lose you all the time. So what are we gonna get? Mode 7. In all of its glory. Nice, Actions. These aren't nearly as bad. On their second turn, they like to use Numbspine, which causes stop on a character. So if Cyan doesn't get his button gear, sometimes you just stand there, he's got a nice magenta hue about him. And you're just waiting either A, for someone to kill him, or you're just watching 70 seconds just tick away. Nice. So we take the right path because it cuts out one encounter. And I'm going to grab this X potion for marathon safety. Normally you would skip that. But it's close. It doesn't cost you any steps because you can't get an encounter. I guess that's probably one thing I should talk about. Step route only matters when you can get encounters. So like the Chocobo doesn't matter, in town doesn't matter. Any place you can get an encounter matters. Besides that, you're free just to walk however you want. So there's certain enemies, so each enemy normally adds 2 to the run counter for the stage we're at in the game. These Anguiforms add 6, so even though there's only 2 enemies on screen, the game treats it as trying to run away from 6 enemies. Which is why sometimes it takes a little bit longer, or sometimes you feel like you're running away and nothing's happening. The enemy usually has a hard to run flag, which obviously makes it harder to run. So the only reason to do Sabin scenario first is for smoke bombs. Megas Hats will increase the magic power by any magic user by 5. It's one of the head accessories we'll be using for the whole game. Even in Kefka's Tower, we'll still have that Megas Hat. It works out best for female characters because they just have more magic boosting equipment at their disposal, which really helps out Terra and Celis in later on. So there's a method to the madness. We will be doing lock scenario second. This allows us to potentially skip 3 encounters in Terra scenario. 1 for sure, potentially 2 more later on. We'll talk about that in just a moment. So if you take a menu, the taking a step before a menu saves 6 frames, it's very, very minor. This game has a ton of little frame saving tricks. You really don't know until someone points it out to you. Nice. Why can't this be a PB run? My PB for missing is 8 tries. That cost me a minute and 45 seconds. So there was a little developer bridge that was left in the game. We don't need to get the green soldier. There's a little bridge in between these two houses. So I guess it's a little bit of a sequence break. So you might be noticing if we're on stairs during a transition, we move quite a bit slower. So there's something called fast stairs. If on a transition you're holding down or up and you're walking against the stairs before you go up, you'll get your sprint shoe speed. If you just hold the direction, you get your normal walking speed without sprint shoes, for whatever reason. Where did my drink go? So I'll get my clock elixir. Get my Phoenix down for safety. Getting rid of the clothes just saves a text box. We gave the old man some quote-unquote cider, and this is why you always get the password before you get your grandfather drunk. Because it ends up he gets what he wants and you're just still guessing. If you guess the wrong answer, it doesn't matter. The kid just hits you with a bolt 2 and it leaves you out back for half dead. Thankfully, the game will give you a full heal. I love this soldier. He's like, I can go for days without sleep. 3 seconds later, out cold. Just sawing logs like no other. I don't know if it's the Bolt 2 spell itself, but the sound effect is Bolt 2. I think the kid's got some secrets he's not telling us about. So we give Locke the running shoes. He's just a naturally fast character. And like I said, Locke's main job is to just start throwing smoke bombs to get us out of the battle as soon as possible. Now, don't be an idiot and realize the X potion's in the first slot. Nice. For the rare people that leave Thamasa, I've never been asked that question before. That's actually a very good question. Maybe it's that one guy that's just hoping magic will come back to the world. So this is one of the few caves in the game that upgrade treasure chests the more time you have to go through them. So the chest we're going to go see before was a tincture, and now it upgrades to the all-powerful Thunder Rod. So Thunder Rods rods in this game in general are just extremely broken. Not as broken as, say, something like Final Fantasy V, but they still do a good chunk of damage for some reasonable resources. One, two. Alright, so if I did that correctly, the earthquake animations line up with the NPC value, yet again. So what I was looking for is 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and if I close the text box on the third shake, I should get only one encounter coming up in this river. This was one of the more recent developments by our Lord and Savior LCC. He's always shining the light on the darkness. So let's see if I did this correctly. Nope. Womp womp. It's a very, very tight window. It's a 3-frame window. So if I only get 2, I'm still happy. Getting an extra encounter on the river doesn't change your step route. So like battles like the river are considered event fights. Since they don't change the amount of threat you need for the next encounter, it just pushes the encounter pack 1 forward. So if I had a 1 encounter river, that would be a single leafer. Because I had a 2 encounter, it was a leafer and two birds. So here we're gonna burn 4 steps. This cave we're in is a very, very low threat area, and this cave we're entering is a very, very high threat area. So the game kind of looks at your threat value and says nothing lines up. Push it to the next encounter. Oh crap. Please get us out. Get us out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Get us out. Get us out. Thank you. So normally you get an encounter at the bottom of the staircase and then an encounter at the top of the staircase. But on Step Route, it works out nicely with the threat where if you take those 4 extra steps, you skip over an encounter. Bannon still has the if he dies, the run over flag active. With this test, as long as you're always looking up, if you hold A, you'll pass it 100% of the time. So here we're going to pay a little visit to the Moogle village. We can see they're doing well. They're flourishing amazingly. We're going to steal one of their weapons. So the Rune Edge is a very special weapon. If a character has access to a magic pool, it will take anywhere between 12 to 19 magic out of that pool and guarantee a crit. If you don't have a magic pool, your crit chances is still the 1 in 32. But it makes Celis very useful in the next couple of fights coming up. She is very much a glass cannon because she has really no armor. She has a hairband equipped and that's it. So we made it back to Papa Arvis. Well, we want to tell Dad everything's okay. Don't worry, the kids are safe. And this is the ending of the 3 scenario area. So everyone comes together. We have a bunch of new friends that we're really not going to use. So here the Inertians have moved the Esper Tritoch from inside the maze, to up on top of the mountain cliff for whatever reason. I don't know how Welk kills Bick and Wedge, but it doesn't kill the Narsh folk, but we won't question it too much. So they're trying to get, what was it, Figaro's power, or Figaro's money with Narsh's manpower to overthrow the Empire. So here Cyan kind of freaks out because Celis was a general for the Empire, and he's like, she torched Miranda, let me at her. And I want to see this fight between Cyan and Locke because I'm pretty sure Locke's gonna lose. So here we get a notification, the Empire's cometh. Kefka's brought a huge army with him and it's all for nothing. So this is another like multi-party. I think if Cyan got a dispatch off, he'd win. But if Celis got an ice off, she'd win. I put my money on Cyan. He's at a higher level. He could take a little bit more damage. Celis is a little bit of a faster character. I don't know. It's a very weird conundrum. I'm gonna put money on Celis because she has Cure. The lamest reason to pick a character. So much like the wolves, these guys walk in a very specific pattern. So by hiding in these little cubby holes, we can completely avoid all the fights. So Sabin now has 2 earrings on, which is a very, very sizable damage increase. It's about 80 or 90 extra damage we get. So even though Celis can get a good number of crits, she's still on a very limited counter. At worst, you get 3 crits. Average, you get 4 crits. So Celis in that fight, and coming up for Dataluma, she can only attack a certain amount of times. Which can be tricky if Edgar ends up dying. Worst case, you just end up using all of Celis's magic points and you bring in Cyan for Zozo. Yo, Cloud. So here's Terra gets her her powers unlocked, ends up going psycho and flying away. So Terra has flown away somewhere. We don't know where. But I don't know why we need an airship when we can just use Terra. So Celis can't even let Locke sleep in peace. So in this next party menu, we want to make sure Edgar's the party leader. Well, Edgar's your party leader in Figaro Castle. You get a 50% discount at all the shops, which makes this next shop very welcome because we're going to be buying quite a few items. Grab my clock elixir. There's really no reason not to visit this shack. It's got a lot of really, really good items. 5,000 GP, wall ring sells for about 4,000. You can't open that far left chest. That happens, that gets queued to unlock after you get the airship. Because normally in World of Balance, you go to Narsh to recruit a Bog. So a wolf is holding him hostage on top of where Tritoch is, and you get an option of recruiting Mog or getting the gold hairpin. So if you save the wolf, he gives you the key to that chest that gives you the gold hairpin. But if we could open that last chest, we could. It's just locked by plot armor at the moment. No, you can recruit Mog in the World of Ruin. You just lose out on him in the World of Balance. So we bought the Drill and the Flash. The Drill is a physical-based tool that ignores the enemy's physical defense. Flash is basically the magic version of the auto crossbow. And Edgar will be taking these to the end game. These are probably the last tools he's going to get. We bought 11 Phoenix Downs because people will die. And then 24 Revivifies for a grind that's going to be happening in about an hour. So here we use the Subterranean Castle. Yeah, you end up... the only dance you miss out on, really, is the Water Rondo. I believe, to the best of my ability, you can get all the other dances in the World of Ruin. I don't... Water Rondo is possible in the GBA because of the Leviathan fight, but for the SNES purpose, you're pretty much locked out of that one dance. So a hero ring is like an earring and an Atlas armlet had a baby. And that baby was a miracle. So hero ring boosts physical and magic damage by 25%. Sadly, magic will stack to 50%, but physicals only stack to 50%, or 25, sorry. So that's one of the things that make magic quite a bit better in this run, or just in this game in general. I like to ride my chocobo. We're going to Zozo to see what Terra's doing. Cause she DNA'd, she evolved into a pink Esper and then flew away. Gao is very upset with her right now. He thought they could be friends cause she was really cute. But then she threw him off a big mountain, and Cyan's feeding him lots and lots of dried meat. I like to ride my chocobo. We're here at Zozo. Let's not get slam danced. So for the majority of the part, Zozo is completely safe. There is enemies we will be fighting, the Slam Dancers, and if they're by themselves, they have a 100% chance to just ruin your day. They'll cast a Tier 2 elemental spell, either on a single person or the whole party. It'll deal about 200 damage. The only character that will reliably survive is Sabin if he's at full hit points. Night, Celis. Celis is going to be taking a little bit of a nap. It's okay. She's just really, really tired. .404 health not found. So Locke with haste and the thief knife. The thief knife gives him +3 to speed. So you're just really hoping he gets a turn before really anyone else. 8 RNG will be RNG. Sometimes an enemy will get an attack off. There's just really nothing you can do about it. Zozo, where everyone is a liar. Alright. We're looking good. It's the Addams Family. Ba-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na. So if we get lucky, which I don't think we did because that little mess up in the beginning. Alright, that's not a counter. So we're probably gonna see healing phase. So we're just ATB waiting to try to give Sabin a chance at a little more ATB. Here we're just loading up as many attacks as we can. Nightlock. And that's it. So we are very, very lucky and skipped his healing phase. If he deal more than 1,300 damage to him, he'll throw 3 healing items, either 3 potions or 3 tonics. The best thing you can do is try to push him. He has a internal AI script where if the battle goes for 30 seconds, he'll call for friends. So if you can queue up as many attacks as possible and get a lot of long animations off, you can completely skip the healing phase and just get him to calling a couple of friends, which that on average saves about 10 to 12 seconds. Because the potion, the 3 potion animations, and then he buffs himself with Shell, and then you have to go through that health. It's not bad if he throws 3 tonics, because it's only 150 hit points, but if he throws 3 potions, you're looking at an extra Aura Bolt and a Drill. So here we finally get access to magic. There's going to be 4 Espers that spawn. We're only going to be grabbing 2 of them. We leave Kieran behind because he doesn't give any stat bonuses. And we leave Stray behind because we really don't need any of the spells Stray teaches. So one thing worth mentioning is you don't gain stats on a level up. The only way you can gain stats is via the Esper bonuses. So a lot of these is just Edgar's going to get an extra 10% hit points because of Siren. Locke's going to get, I believe Ramu gives stamina. which is only useful for instant death attacks. So we will be learning a few spells, not a whole lot, but there's one Esper in particular that's worth its weight in gold, and that's Zone Seek. Just because it gives +2 magic on a level up. But that won't be for a next little bit. So this run so far has been going very, very well. We haven't really had any hiccups, and I know I probably just jinxed myself. This X potion is just marathon safety. You can never have too many healing items. So if only we could climb the tower like Gao does, I think we would have saved a lot of encounters. Makes it hard to throw smoke bombs. I'll let Gao worry about that. So as always, we're kicking Gao and Cyan back to Narsh. If you make a party error here, you have to walk all the way back to Narsh, which is about a 10-minute time loss. And it sucks. It's such a crappy walk. Oops. So once again, just trying to hit as many no encounter tiles as we can on this walk. Lock's hurting, that's okay. It toughens them up. So we're going to be buying the white dress, which will give a female character another +5 to magic. So with the white dress and the Magus hat, we're at +10 to magic. And then later on with an elemental saber, we'll be at +12. Oops. So just boosting the magic as much as we can through equipment. Now, all of a sudden, Celis has been on this world for 17, 18 years, and all of a sudden she looks like a famous opera singer. So, and this is where we get introduced to Setzer. Setzer is king in the glitched categories because of his Joker Doom. Even though Joker Doom is not a glitch, it's still banned by the glitchless rule set, just so we can have a run completely different than all the other categories in the game, because all the categories besides New Game Plus and an 8% 52 death is basically a Joker Doom spam once you get Setzer in your party. So this is a spirit of the game kind of category. Funny enough, with it being about an hour and a half longer than, or 2 hours longer than most categories, it's definitely the most popular at the moment. I like to ride my chocobo. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII no slots, does it save a lot of time over like slots versus no slots? I see what you're doing there, Quina. Like a lot of the glitched runs, so like my PB for glitchless is a 4:59:45. My PB for no sketch is a 3 hour and 40 minutes. So it's 80 minutes faster. But people like glitchless just because you get to experience the game. And that seems to be like the general trend, is if the more the category does of a game, the more popular it seems within reason. I'm not saying it's the overarching rule, of course, but... Interesting. I don't know that much about Final Fantasy VII speedruns. I've watched my buddy Zeal run it a bunch of times. But like, actually taking in knowledge is a completely different thing. When are we getting an all rage? Cord did a true 100% and it took him 32 hours to get all the rages. To me, it does not sound enjoyable in the least. The West and the East were waging war. Draco, the West's greatest hero, thinks of his love, Maria. Is she safe? Is she waiting? Oh, Maria. Oh, Maria. Please hear my voice. How I long to be with you. That's the conductor. He makes sure he never misses a beat. Oh no, I get what you're getting, CO. It's when someone brings up something like that, I just like to ask questions. It's always fun to learn about it's always fun to learn about other runs like normally I just wouldn't know about. Yeah, for Questing for Glory I tried to sync it up with the stream delay and it ended up being horrible. The forces of the West fell, and Maria's castle was taken. Prince Ralph of the East took her hand by force, but she never stopped yearning for Draco. Oh, my hero, so far away now. Will I ever see your smile? Love goes away like night into day. It's just a fading dream. I'm the darkness, you're the stars. Our love is brighter than the sun. For eternity, for me there can be only you, my chosen one. Must I forget you, our solemn promise? Oh, will autumn take the place of spring? What shall I do? I'm lost without you. Speak to me once more. Oh, sparkles! Shiny. Come, Maria, follow my lead. Ooh, flowers. Oh, we must part now, my life goes on, but my heart won't give you up. Ere I walk away, let me hear you say, I meant as much to you. So gently, you've touched my heart. I will be forever yours. Come what it may, I won't age a day. I'll wait for you always. Prince Ralph was looking for a dance partner. Leave the past behind. Our kingdom is adopting the spirit of the East. Meh. I don't know why, but I always turn him into like a 50s gangster. She did do that. She turned him into flowers and then got rid of them. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, spin. Oh, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, spin. Oh, my pleasure, Zelnus. You've been kind to me all these marathons. I'm just glad I can be of use. Aw, thank you, Don. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. I owe you one, so I'm gonna jam up the opera. Ultros. Uh-oh. Better tell the impresario. What? The survivors of the West attack. Impossible! Attack! Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 on guard! Tink, tink, erg! Tink, tink, blarg! Tink, tink, erg! Tink, 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 tink. Oh, wait! Tink, 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 tink. Draco's got a 4-star wanted level right now. Maria. Draco. I've waited so long, I knew you come. Maria will finally have to become my queen for the rest of my life. I will keep you near. It's a duel. But I might disrupt the opera with that. Wahaha, let's see if Maria can shrug this off. Yeah, it's heavier than I thought. It'll take me 5 whole minutes to drop it. Even a second to lose. Talk to the man in the room on the far right. He'll help you get up there. Hee hee hee. I love the googly eyes. The slide out to the stage fails, unfortunately. And then we have to sit through the opera again. So I'm giving Locke the mithril knife just to stop his random knife or his random steel chance from proccing. And this is where like level 11 Edgar does give you a little bit of help, but not really. These rats have 299 hit points. And we want to fight at least 3 of them. Sometimes you end up fighting 4, which it is what it is. So we attack the top right gold rat, because if we attack the bottom one, depending on how the enemies get killed, we can't actually get to the top right, and that's just really unfortunate that he called in reinforcements. If the gold rat's by himself, he'll call in more of the gray rats. Phew, rats. Disaster! The 2 heroes are flattened and the opera's over. Who will win the girl? Neither Draco nor else will save C. I.L., the world's premier adventurer, will save her. Aye, what awful acting. Silent, you're in the presence of octopus royalty. A low-born thug like you can never defeat me. Well, might as well make the most of it. Music! So we have our party positioned where Sabin is at Ultros's backside. When you attack an enemy from the back, you get a 2 times damage bonus. Ultros is also weak to fire, so his Flame Knuckle is doing 4 times normal damage. And that's Ultros. Very, very short work, very, very scripted fight again. There was a interview done in May with Woolsey, and he said it was like fitting 40 pounds of text into a 10-pound bag. This game has a lot of text, and especially when translating it from Japanese to English, you do run into a lot of text constraints. The GBA is a big improvement, just it was a better crew, and you have a lot more space to work with. Because this was already kind of pushing the edge of like the SNES's cart space at the time. But Woolsey did a really good job of making Kefka a very memorable enemy. Because in the Japanese, he's a very, very crude person. He swears a lot, and he's not nearly the character as what Woolsey turned him into be. And I think if Woolsey did a literal translation, this game wouldn't be maybe as memorable as what it is. Well, like, in the 90s, translating for video games was still a very, very niche market. So, like, spending large amounts of money, like, today it's very normalized, but 25 years ago, 30 years ago, it was still a very, very niche market. There wasn't a lot of money being dumped into it. So, like, FF6 also went through a couple of transformations. So, the World of Ruin was originally not supposed to happen. The only reason we got the World of Ruin is because the development team was actually ahead. There's an article about it on Pixel Art, where the development team was ahead of time, so they ended up creating the World of Ruin to fill up the extra time. So I'm guessing a lot of assets like Daryl's Tomb, Hidon, Fanatic's Tower, Phoenix Cave, stuff like that probably got moved over. That's why World of Ruin is very, very short, its story. And then it branches out to a bunch of side quests. Because the Floating Continent was a throwback to FF5, where ninjas could only appear in the last dungeon. So, like, Floating Continent was supposed to be some giant fight, and you end up saving the world. What made this game very, very memorable for me as a kid was, like, evil wins. Yeah, you end up beating Kefka at the end. Spoilers. But the world is still pretty much destroyed and went through a very, very chaotic year. I kind of wish they would do a little bit more Q&A, but... Guess my spoilers. How dare you take out of my immersion? The FF6 in a nutshell on YouTube is probably by far my favorite FF in a nutshell. And I like it when Kefka is pushing around the statues. Where he's like, see, push this in one messed up world. Any questions? And you see all the leaders, all the bad guys from the other Final Fantasies, they put their hand up. He's like, one that doesn't involve time travel, and everyone starts putting their hand down. So I did the safety heal because we took a little bit of damage. And soon my step route's just going to completely go to poop. Because of a safety save going into the Ifrit and Shiva room. How early on track are we? At the moment, we're on pace for a 5:02. That can change very, very quickly, Frosty. The final dungeon, we can lose 20 minutes very, very easily. But at the moment, we're on pace to finish in 3 hours. That can change very, very quickly. We have a big RNG boss segment coming up. But at the moment, we're in about 3 hours, we'll finish. Obviously, Mog. Umaro is king. So because we're on step route, we're able to skip over one encounter. How much to make this an all characters run? About an extra hour and a half. So the world record for this category is 4:59:45. The world record for all characters at Espers is a 6:09:02. The Moogle Charm makes everything very, very quickly because it turns everything into a boss rush. Alright, I thought I skipped the Flame Saber for a second. I got too busy talking. So here we're really going to see the first big feature of the run. There's 3 ways to go about the Ifrit and Shiva fight. 1, you fight them upright like a man. I'm not a man, I'm a little boy. So if you hit Ifrit 5 times with a physical, they'll transition to Shiva. Or if you hit him with 3 magic attacks, he transitions close to you. And during that transition, the no run flag is lifted, so you have a very, very small window when you can run from the fight. Fighting Ifrit and Shiva requires extra fights, because you need to have Edgar learn slow. It's 2 extra fights. It's not a big deal. I personally haven't practiced it. If the rule set one day turns into the point where we have to fight them, it is what it is. I really don't care, but I'm not really that invested in it. So I'm a big fan of doing the JRTA way of doing it, which is magic. So here we're just run buffering at the moment. There's a good chance Edgar's not going to make it out of this fight. Nice. I failed that in my last, 13 runs. And I don't know why. So, if one character runs away from the battle, the battle's technically over if someone dies, which is really nice. I've been running a lot of the no sketch route, which is a glitch category, and you don't have access to 3 magic spells, so you have to do the 5 physical route. And I'm just not a big fan of that in general. I don't know if it's me or what, but I find it very, very hard to run away with physical Ifrit. With magical Ifrit, you at least get 2 shots before you're kind of up shit's creek without a paddle. So we're completely off step route now, which isn't the worst thing. Like I said, we have smoke bombs. Safety always takes priority. This brake blade sells for 6,000 GP. There's really no reason in a glitchless setting not to pick it up. This could be messy. Never mind, Sabin's an idiot. So, we put number 24 to sleep, so we can safely pelt him with magic abilities and it won't wake him up. We do want to try to steal off of him. The common steal is a rune edge, which sells for about 4,000 GP. The rare steal, the drainer, sells for 1 GP. This is the first time we really start encountering it, where the game really wants you to hold on to the rare items by making them completely worthless. It doesn't screw up your money route. The money route in this route is pretty flexible. It's not like if you miss one steal, your run's over. There's plenty of ways to find extra cake. Once the battle goes on for so long, Fafnir shows up and wakes up our friend. Sabin saved you from himself. So the Michitech facility is one area I always loved as a kid, because you end up getting like 8 espers, and a lot of them are pretty good. That is a very good question, Lightning. I don't think anyone really knows. I'm not responsible for the minecart. There's absolutely nothing you can do to make the minecart area look good. Not even high res mode 7 and Beast Nest can save this area. It's basically 4K. The pixels are so big, they're just grainy. So there's a little bit of manipulation that's going on. The game keeps track of who is your party leader at certain parts in the Meiji Tech Research Facility. So before we get on the minecart, we're going to put Sabin as our party leader. And what that does is it manipulates the minecarts so we get good, the more favorable encounters. Well, Shmoo, you're good to know. I have officially run out of runs I can submit to this marathon. So after Secret of Mana, or after this, really, that's the last you'll be hearing from me. I am out of runs I can do in this marathon. I only know like 5 games, and I've already run 4 of them. I could run Tales of Bazaria, but that'll be like a 7-hour run. I haven't ran that in like a year and a half. We'll just turn this into the 12-hour challenge. This is on an RGB modded SNES. It's not as bad as what we say, but it definitely could look better, but on a CRT it was amazing. So you can see these 4 meg rotors give 1200 GP. It's a very, very good boost to your bank account. They also have a chance to drop a Skeen. A Skeen sells for 250 GP. Not needed, but it's always nice to pad the bank account for a big shop coming up. So number 128. That's not good ATV. We're just going to use Phantom and Flashes, or not Phantom, Bismarck and Flash at first to remove the arms. And then we're just going to hope we don't get a lot of Red Feasts. Locke won't be doing any attacking in this battle just for that reason. Because the damage Locke does is basically what the hit points of the enemy is going to start getting back. If we get 3 or more Red Feasts, Locke's attack will usually take care of it. And that's number 128. So coming up next is a very difficult and very random fight. So the next fight is a forced pincer with 2 cranes. And much like what we did to Ultros, if we get attacked in the back, we get double damage. We really don't have a lot of hit points to speak of. The cranes have a 33% chance to counterattack. It's a pincer between Niles and Frazier. So it's not uncommon to have runs die here by any means. Like the last step possible, dude. I like that Frazier reference. Thankfully, because we save, if we die, we revert back to the save point. So our step route is still exactly the same. The only thing it really hurts is after you do a grind with a character equipping an Esper. For some reason, you'll keep the levels, but you'll lose the Esper bonuses. So there's 1 or 2 points where you're forced to do a reset. Which, because of resetting, moving the seeds forward, screws up the step route at a much later place. Because the resets we have planned in are very, very strategic. So there's 2 ways to fight the cranes, with Phantom or without Phantom. I like doing it without Phantom. It's a little bit quicker, and I feel like you have more control in the fight. So a little bit of pause buffering. You want Chocobob on the first reel. Chocobob doesn't suffer from split damage. Oh, Setzer. Thank you, Shite. That didn't work out so well, did it? Oh, that's bad. Alright, so Locke is now officially useless. Good Cranes fight. Very, very good Cranes fight. Little bit wonky, but I'll still take that. Edgar stayed alive, which is phenomenal for him learning Doom. This makes the floating continent a little bit easier. Setzer definitely would have gone down if he didn't get that like 9% block chance. So now we go to the Espa world. We finally get Terra back in our party. We feel like a family again. So we get to see how Baby T came into the world. What's wrong, Modwin? Get away. So when an Esper and a human love each other very, very much, they go dancing into the stars with rays of light coming from the sky. And they create a beautiful Insta baby. And Modwin, Madonna, unlike any wife, would instantly smack Modwin upside the head for only trying to name their baby one letter. So 2 years later, humans come into the Esper world, and what do the Espers do? They blame the human that's been in the Esper world for 2 years. So Wolfie's kind of like, it's this girl's fault, I swear it is. We're like, calm down there. They'll be wearing us as skins. And if only Madonna would have just not freaked out, Baby T could have grown up a happy girl with all the Esper friends. It would have been like Baby Rydia from Final Fantasy IV when she went to the Fae March. Blame the new guy. I like that, Wells. So, little tip for newborn parents, don't drop your baby in a wind tunnel. So Emperor Gashal gets kicked out of the Esper world, and he's like, oh look, free baby. And then Madonna's like, don't take my kid. And he's like, oh wait, it's you, give my kid back. You can buy extracts. So we get Terra back to our party. And the first thing we're going to do is some good old NPC manipulation. They're in a wind tunnel. The Esper Elder created a wind tunnel to force the humans out of the Esper world. And Madonna got upset because Wolf Esper claimed it was her fault that the humans found their way in, when it was really no one knew how to close the damn door. So the Espers left the door wide open to their world, expecting nothing bad to happen after a human found their way in, and then more humans found their way in. So they're just like, alright, I guess we turn on the Dyson fans. Clearly raised in a barn. So I like bringing 3 people to this next section of the game. I'm kind of the weird one in the community. I do a bunch of like oddball stuff, but I enjoy it, so I keep doing it. Alright. So what we're going to do is, I am completely lost and I don't know what to do with life anymore. So I want to talk to this girl, but I'm afraid to talk to this girl. So I'm just going to keep an eye on her and see what she does. All right, so what we're looking for is we're looking for that NPC to move up, up, right, left, or down, left, down, right. So after entering and exiting a certain amount of time, the NPC value starts to normalize. And that NPC's walking pattern ends up lining up with what you can get in the auction house. Now we have an NPC manipulation for Zone Seek in the World of Balance and Golem in the World of Ruin for the all characters in Esper's route. So this, you're just letting Jesus take the wheel, and hopefully you get it in 4 or 5 doors. This is probably about average. So Zone Seek is one of 2 Espers in the game that give you +2 magic on a level up. The other one is Tritouch. We don't have access to him until the World of Ruin. So Terra she's a little weak. She's been spending a lot of time in bed. Right now Terra is level 11. This is where those Revivifies will come into play that we bought about an hour ago. All the enemies we're going to be facing in the Sealed Cave are undead, which means, much like the Phantom Train, they die to curative items. So every enemy in the Sealed Cave has the zombie effect, and if we cure them of the zombie effect, they die. I don't know why, but it does. Logic. So we're going to be grinding Terra roughly about 9 battles for 8 levels. Which will give her 16 magic, and then on top of the Magus Hat, the White Dress, and an Elemental Saber, she'll be +28, which will put her about 56 magic, 60 magic, which is a very, very high magic stat for this point in the game. Everyone else is still going to stay their same levels. We're going to abuse the fact that only characters with full ATB can run away. So by making it that Terra throws the Revivify last, Locke and Sabin will have full hit point or full ATB and they run away, and Terra's safe in battle. If one of them don't run away, you just have to fight an extra battle. It's not the worst thing in the world. It definitely does suck if it happens in a run, but it is fairly uncommon. I'm not going to say it never happens, because it just generally does if the run check hates you. So I don't know if you can consider this a grind or not, because we're actually moving towards something instead of just staying in one spot. So in the West, most of the time you just do this grind with Locke and Terra. The Japanese route, because they play on a much faster battle speed, bring 3 characters. And I've really come to like this, having the extra character. It does make things quite a bit easier. So picking up the Tempest, it's worth 4,000 GP. It's sponsored by Ing Bank. So what we're looking for is Ings and Zombones. Any chests that are not just cash. Do you mean in the game? Like the majority of the chests we'll be grabbing is to sell for items. There's not really, like, we're not really interested in doing physical based damage. Oh no, I agree. Like, physical requires a lot of work to get it to a good spot. So if you can pay attention, Sabin's ATB just barely gets to full by the time the enemy dies. I might as well pick this up because I'm off step route. So by just shoving 2200 experience to a character, they gain levels pretty quickly. We know when Terra's at level 18 because she learns life. So we're just working through the motions at this point. This also gives Terra a very sizable hit point increase. So she'll go from having 240 to about 650 or so. Alright, so we need probably one more battle. Yeah, that was level 18. Depending on how the experience worked out, we might need to fight one more. Nope, we're good to go. Level 19. Off to the races! Gained it at a pretty good time. Didn't really have to farm a lot of encounters. So this fight with Kefka is one for the ages. This is a very, very tough fight. What we have to do is throw a smoke bomb. The game disables L and R to build the run gauge, but it doesn't activate a no run flag. So smoke bomb, warp stone will work. Warp stones are obviously more expensive. You can just hit Kefka once, but there's a bunch of dialogue that happens. So it's faster just to throw a smoke bomb. So our little Terra has grown up. It brings a tear to my eye. On just how strong of a girl she's become. She's a young woman now. And Terra's ready just to destroy everything in her path. She is very, very angry. She's got a lot of suppressed rage from the Empire taking away her childhood. Yeah, Wells, the hardest part is to make sure you don't throw a Revivify on Kefka. I've done that, just kind of space out and hold the A button. And you're kind of like, well, there goes my chance to get out of here. So the reason Kefka has two different sprites is the game uses your overworld sprite as your battle sprite. So when we fought Kefka at Narsh, Kefka was considered an enemy. But when you fight Kefka here, he's considered a party member. That's why he can do his little dancing animations and jump around and stuff like that. So usually when an enemy's 10 times bigger than you, it's an enemy sprite. If they're the same size as you, they're considered a party member. So like Kefka in that fight has the guest character flag. Same thing with General Leo when you control him for the one fight. What do you mean by regular sprite? Like overworld sprite? Oops. So I'm gonna level with chat right now. Like a Joker clown card. Oh, I get what you're saying. I'm gonna level with all of chat right now. I haven't played this part of the game in about 2 months. So I've been running No Sketch. No Sketch is a glitch category. And in that category, we end up skipping all the Sealed Cave, the Banquet, and Flame Eater. So we do something called coordinate warping. So what happens is when you pitch a tent, I wish I would have had better words for that. So when you sleep in a tent, there's one tile below where the tent is shown on the black screen. And the tile below that is a developer flag that they forgot to take out that warps you to the beginning of the floating continent. So by warping out of the sealed cave at an appropriate time, we skip this whole section and go right to the floating continent. Because this is an impromptu and they needed a run, like, my muscle memory is still good, but this area might be a little slower and I might be a little more panicky. But we're still good. We're not going to lose like 40 minutes. I want a little more smoke bombs. I want to feel safe right now. I only say that because this area coming up. Please save Shadow. No, it takes 5 minutes and you don't get anything. I like to ride my chocobo. We're going to Vector to have a nice dinner. But first we have to beat up some guards because they want to prove they're better. But one guy just wants to take a poop. We don't apologize to that guy now. So I'll do this menu here because I want a safety save. All right, fine, chat. I'll save stupid Shadow. You better remember this next time Zelnus yells at me. I'm not recruiting him, but I will save him. So this is a giant minigame. I forgot to give Locke the sneak ring. Oh, it's all good, Frosty. I'm still pretty confident. I'm only 4 minutes behind PB at this point. This run has been very, very well, so very, very good so far. So we passed the big. If the floating continent goes kind of crappy, it might be a little bit more of a worry. But I've run this category long enough. I really don't have much worries when it comes to the game. And I'm Zelda number 2. So each soldier we talk to is worth 1 point. Each soldier we fight is worth 5 points. So combined with this and the banquet questions, we're going to be getting 90 out of a possible 93 points. Overachieving doesn't give you anything, so we're not going to be going for the 93, so which means we can only need to talk to 23 out of the 24 soldiers. So the timer doesn't tick down during room transitions. Each room transition costs you 1/3 of a second, so this route is laid out for the least amount of room transitions. So here we're hoping Locke steals tents and mithril vests. Once again, it's not needed, it's just nice to pad the bank account. Tents and mithril vests sell for 600 GP each. And it's a time segment, you might as well get the most out of it. I don't want to talk to you again. We're not friends. No, I don't like you. Oh God, cuddle party. I blame this guy. He's opposed his piece on the bathroom. I say it's his fault for not locking the door. It's also our fault for just barging in. So it can go either way. He just didn't respawn. I swear, it looked empty. Ooh, mithril vest. Ed is going to be so prepared. Alright, so what do I do here? Relic. Remove. Running shoes. MTU. Skills. I want tonics. Tinctures. Tents. Revivify. Rune. Magus hats. Get out of my life. Tincture tent. Flexor. X potion. Sleeping bag. Remedy. Okay, so I want Atlas. Gale. Back. True Knight, get away from everything. By locking the door. So now we're going to be answering questions. And if anyone said answering questions is not stressful, everything hinges on this. Because we really want the Charm Bangle. The Charm Bangle reduces the amount of threat we generate per step by 50%. which on the step route brings it down to 40% less encounters. Depending on what seed you're on, it can obviously be different. So some seeds you'll see more mileage than others. One of us. One of us. Yes, the Espas have gone too far. So we have to take this fight for the 5 extra points. Everything looks good. I want Warpstone, Smoke, Warp, and Phoenix at the top, because they're the items we'll need access to the most. Tent, Tonic, and Tinctures can be in slot 4, 5, 6. It really doesn't matter the order. It's mainly to make sure the next shop coming up items go into the correct slot that we want them to be in. So everything looks pretty good here. So we're going to raid one weapon house. And then we're going to go to Albrook. Even though we get encounters along the way, it's still faster than going there on the airship much later. It condenses 2 shops into 1. And it saves travel time. So it's about 45 seconds to walk there, 45 seconds to walk back to Albrook. Probably not even that long. The runner had technical issues, and couldn't continue, so as I said at the beginning, I plagued this marathon another time with my existence. One, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Alright, I didn't mess up, we're good to go. For some very, very strange reason, you can use a Warpstone in the cafe. We don't know the reasoning behind it, but it was pretty funny. Because it caused LCC to check every building in Vector to see which ones we could use the Warpstone in. Because LCC's the champ like that. If anyone's like interested in learning this run or really any run, feel free to join the FF6 Discord. FF6speedruns.com has a lot of good information. The community's wicked nice. LCC, Lynn, the Sabin, Takaze, scores of other people, Bufflax, they're all just really, really helpful people. We've been pretty nice lately. The FF6 glitchless scene has been quite active. There's about 3 or 4 runners. Lion Musashi in chat is one of the newer runners that's just been absolutely destroying the category for a new runner. It's nice to see this game get some activity again, even though you can. We do require you to take a psychological evaluation. I'm Canadian, surprisingly. So I remember, it was always a joke in my chat where everyone's like, I want to learn FF6, can you suggest anything? And I always say a psychological evaluation. It's just, it throws people off guard. It makes them laugh, makes them contemplate a couple of things. This is a really fun game. It can be really, really punishing once you drive the time down. But it's a really fun run once you get the hang of it. Nah, it's only if you really... we give it to you after you get about the 540 mark. Kefka at Narsh is good for basics, but it does do quite a bit of glitches. So you skip all of lock scenario, and you do the retort glitch. So like it's still good just to get general mechanics of the game. But there's a lot to learn, but if you break it up into small segments, it's very enjoyable. $200 RPG Mel. So now we've hit what I like to call the Grey's Anatomy part of the run, where Dr. McTheevy has a big heart for Celis McRae, but instead of just talking out their problems, they're just going to give each other the silent treatment. So this whole section goes on for about 20 minutes longer than it should, because people just can't talk. So we get on a boat, we just took a nap, and yet we're going back to sleep. General Leo is a very, very nice general. He wants to make sure his troops are well rested, well taken care of. So coming up is we have access to Thamasa. And what Thamasa means is we get to buy lots and lots of rods. So for anyone just tuning in, rods cast the tier 2 elemental spell of their affinity, giving you the highest possible damage roll, and it always ignoring the enemy's magic defense and wall, reflect, things like that. So what that means in a speedrun is large amounts of static damage. Also, the bad part is lots of freaking cutscenes. So with Terra's beefed up magic stat, she's going to become pretty close to ruining a lot of the bosses and encounters coming up. So we organized our inventory while we had extra time before the banquet questions. Just for very, very fast, easy selling, it's basically a fire sale. A lot of our inventory is just going to disappear. So in this shop, I want anywhere between about 110 to 120,000 GP. My route is very, very rod heavy. They're fun to have. They do a lot of damage. I'm an idiot. All very valid answers. Am I dying? Should I pause? Should I wait? Chat, inform me. What should I do? Okay, it's nothing to do with me. Boom, 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 boom. Whew. No, I haven't run Tales of Berseria in about 2 years. That would be a very, very messy run I'm ashamed of. Um, and just to be brutally honest, I don't understand Tales of Berseria mechanics at all. So I really wouldn't have anything to say about the game. And like that wouldn't stop me from running it in a marathon. But like I don't feel comfortable running a game. I don't feel comfortable just derusting. Like after a couple of weeks or so, maybe. But Tales of Berseria would be something I definitely don't feel comfortable speedrunning, and I don't think I'd have a good time doing it. At least in the current state. Tales of Berseria was one of the games where I just kind of ducked out really early. I kind of stole third place and just said screw the game and left. Oops. Back guard. Running shoe. Sure. Alright. I'm really hoping we get that that flame saber steel. Because I accidentally stole the one I was supposed to leave for Celis. So I haven't done this manip in quite a while. So if I fail it, please don't yell at me, chat. I'm trying my best. This is hard. So much like the auction house manipulation, there is a way to manipulate the fireballs in the burning house. No yelling! See, look. Even Realm's angry. She's I can't get away from it. You make one mistake, everything just goes off the rail. So if what I'm looking for is upright with the fireball, and if I move like a god, I won't get into any encounters. And if I mess up a little bit, I'm going to get an encounter. No big deal. The estimate's pretty padded. Feeling pretty good. Actually, I'll just take off Shadow's Dirk. At least Celis will have something she can runic with. I think. Yep. Don't be a Dirk jerk. So this innkeeper is a giant scam artist. He'll charge you 800 GP to sleep here before you talk to Strago. And then he charges you 1 GP after he's like, oh, you know Strago? Here's the family discount. black market blackjack. Buy Flame Begone. We'll send you 2, not 3, but 4. Just pay additional shipping and handling. Alright. Alright, let's see what I can do. Right. Down. Right. Up. Right. Up. Right. Go time. Dang it. I messed it up. I'm sorry, chat. My best wasn't good enough. Let the yelling commence. I stayed a little too much in that first room. I hunkered down a little too aggressively. But hey! That was a failed RNG manipulation, Azure. If I did it properly, we wouldn't get into any encounters. But still, a 2-encounter house isn't bad. I don't know how I managed that, but we did. I failed it real good. I haven't done this in a little while. Not to make excuses, but... Nice. So, the one thing to really, what I really try to hammer home to people watching is, we did 8,142 damage. But half of that was from an elemental weakness. So without, if we were to use a Thunder Rod, it would do 4,071. A very, very large chunk of the damage we will be getting is from exploiting an elemental weakness. So even though Terra is quite beefy and rods are quite powerful, we're not really going to just destroy everything by throwing whatever we want. Atma Weapon is a very good context of this, where we'll be doing 4,000 damage with a rod, but then when we use the morph form, we'll be doing 8,000. So it still takes a lot of work, but if you know, like if you plan everything out correctly, rods can still be very, very powerful. And we got the Flame Saber, so we're looking good. I don't need to get the backup Masamune of Shame. Shadow barking the fire away. Kind of like how the commentary started off super serious and now we just took it out back old Yeller style. So here we find out Strago is a descendant of the War of the Magi. He's people like kind of like Terra that could use magic from espers. Everyone thought they were long extinct, but they've just been hiding in this remote island in the middle of nowhere. So we've been doing pretty good for steals. We got all the steals we need. So we're going to need a new form of damage coming up for the next boss. We're going to be giving Terra the Charm Bangle and the Running Shoes. So Terra's Morph ability will double her magic stat and reduce the amount of magic damage she takes by 50%. The magic reduction we really don't care about. But the doubling of the magic stat, so it'll turn her 67 magic stat into 134. We give her the Running Shoes so we can annihilate Ultros before he gets a chance to do anything. So the way her morph gauge works, just let me do this, is the amount of MP you gain in battle if Terra's in the party goes into the morph gauge. So during doing that little grind with the sealed cave, fighting all those enemies in the banquet, and everything has just been feeding the morph gauge. And we're going to pretty much burn up all that goodwill on this one fight. So something interesting in the Esper Sealed Cave is if Realm's on screen, you cannot get into an encounter. So for the step route, a lot of this area, you could be walking perfectly, but if you walk slow, you will be getting extra encounters. So this area, you do have to be a little speedy with your steps. Hi, Realm. Bye, Realm. So here we see the tribute to the Warring Triad, the three statues, the three gods and goddesses of magic, sealed away in the Esper realm. So it's not within the realm of possibilities. So Ultros, always the good guy, starting with 0 ATB, and we start with full ATB. So with very careful ATB weight tricking, Terra will be able to get 2 attacks off before Ultros gets 1 attack. What that does is Ultros will buff himself, have a bunch of text. It's about a 20-second time loss. So Ultros has 22,000 hit points. So Strago throwing the Fire Rod is just to round out damage. After 10,000 damage, Realm is flagged to show up. This fight is supposed to be a sketch tutorial. Much like Steel, Sketch's success rate is based off of your level. So since Realm's level isn't very high at all, you probably have about a 38 to 44% chance of Sketch to hit. I've never worked out the math, but that seems to be the general average we're at in life. It's basically Realm's level plus 50 minus the enemy's level, divided by something, and it'll give you the number. I had a really good explanation, and it kind of just trailed off really good there. And that's Ultros 3. And we're rich. We have 3 GP to our name. Just safety saving in case something bad happens. Solar flare turns off my console. We haven't saved in a while. Hey, we got 3 GP. You never know when that'll come in handy. All right. And now we're in the land of never-ending cutscenes. There's probably about 12 or 13 minutes of cutscenes that happen here. This is by far like the sloggiest part of the run. Someone went through and counted all the cutscenes, and there was, between this and the beginning of the floating continent, there's over 1,800 individual cutscenes that play. Because why the F not? Really props to that poor soul that went through and counted everything. It works out to be like 1,842 or something like that, 1,862. I think what it is each NPC counts as their own cutscene. So it just plays it on like a really weird loop. If anyone has any questions about the run up to this point, now is a fabulous time. If not, we're just gonna sit back and enjoy the docile tones of Thamasa. Nope, we're gonna get to that. I just figured I'd kind of fill that small air in between. Everyone's current RPG. I'm not playing anything casually at the moment. There's one really cute, Japanese like side-scroller action game called Magical Poppin'. I recently came across a speedrun of it. And the game looks really, really cute. It's a short speedrun too, it's like under 25 minutes. So I want to do a casual playthrough of that, hopefully one day soon. Yeah, Viper had technical difficulties. So you're stuck with me, Oz. Whether you like it or not. I mean, you can just hit the X in the corner and go somewhere else if you have that much of me. So like, in a PB run, because I have loads of rots, if you use 2 thunder rods in this fight, it saves an attack. It saves 2 attack rounds. Which is a nice 10-second time save at the cost of 6,000 GP. Leo being the block god. So in a glitzless setting, it's pretty much impossible for Leo to die, but I'm still really, really scared. So I always save before this area just in case. So a little fun game we play in my chat is Guess the Fireballs. So everyone in chat that wants to participate, pick a number between 0 and 3. Kefka will be fighting Ifrit's older brother coming up. And we guess how many times or how many spell casts will actually hit Kefka. Ifrit always casts 3 spells, but depending on just RNG, Kefka will block some of them. So like 1 and 2 tend to be the average, or like 1 and 0, I should say. I love that Mothman emote. That's so good. So the Espers finally know how to break out of their realm. Everyone spam the Mothman. Kefka does have a pretty high chance to block. Kefka has the Paladin Shield, which gives him a 50 to magic evasion. I don't know his base stats, but I think it works out a chance, like, it's a 22 or so % chance of the spell hitting. So it's like a very low chance. We've done this fire game in my chat probably 500-600 times. And there's definitely been, like, it seems to come in streaks where sometimes we'll get a lot of 0s and a lot of 1s, and then the odd time for like 5 or 6 runs in a row, 5 or 6 runs in about 2 or 3 weeks, we'll get 3 hits out of nowhere. So we got 0, 1, 2. Congratulations, everyone that guessed 2. You won on this arbitrary game. Go give yourself a pat on the back. If you have a beer in the fridge, go enjoy it. Sit back and relax. So chat, since I'm doing you a solid, you have to do me a solid. After Atma Weapon, you have to remind me to not jump off the floating continent. I know I said I'd save Shadow, and I'm not backing down on it, but muscle memory is a hell of a thing. Especially if I start rambling. So if you guys really want me to save Shadow, you're just gonna have to spam me after Atma Weapon. Jump? I can't, Nemi, they'll yell at me. They already yelled at me for failing the fire manipulation. That's exactly my problem, Wells. Do a barrel roll. Narapa works too. I'm just gonna need a little bit of chat assistance. Since I'm doing the menu here, there's really no reason. Oh, wait, never mind. I trust Celis. I trust in Celis to survive. So we got a little bit of hot menu action, and now we're back into Cutscene City. So what happens when you don't pay your land tax? They just take the land. But what they don't tell you is you have to pay gravity tax. So the land will be coming back, just not where it came out. I like to rock. Sokovia is going for a ride, boss. So we positioned Celis and Terra in slot 2 and 4 because they'll always face left. And the Spitfires, the red armors, will always spawn on the left. They have a chance to use a physical ability called Propeller. So we don't... If Edgar dies, we really don't care, but we don't want Terra to die. Terra is our only form of damage. So, like, if she gets tech missile and then a back propeller, it could end up being bad news. Nah, thankfully she just took a tech missile to the back. So there's going to be 6 of these battles. The reason I wanted a Dirk or a Flame Saber or something, M-Tech Laser can be runicked. Absolute Zero can't, unfortunately. So if we get unlucky ATB rolls, at least it helps reduce the chance we need to heal. Sooner or later, I would like Ed to take a dirt nap. Celis needs to be alive for all these fights to learn bio. Night, Sweet Prince. The issue with Celis learning Bio on the floating continent is if she gains a level under Shout, she'll lose 2 magic points. Not the biggest deal in the world until you get to the Celis grind, then it matters. I'm just moving that ether up to the top in an effort to save an elixir. So a lot of time swing in this split just depends on how many times you need to heal. Because when you're in the menu, the timer's not going for the next encounter to happen. So, even if you took off the Flame Saber or Thunder Saber off of Terra, she just has enough magic where the lowest damage roll will kill. If you don't have the Thunder Saber on her, even though you're losing 2 magic, there's a very, very good chance the Sky Armors will live with like 50 or 60 hit points. It's very, very low, but even though we did that grind with Terra, we're still just at that point where we're barely killing these enemies. So after he deals some amount of damage to Ultros, he calls his friend Chupon in. Nice starting ATB, I like this. Very, very smooth. Celis learned Bio, everything's looking good. Safety save, because this area is hell on earth. So we need to give ourselves the clear status. I may have given it to us a little too early. I'll see what happens when we get up to Gigantos. There's bound to be at least one more encounter. Alright, dragon. That's okay. Dang it. I didn't want to put it to attack. And I get this because I bought way too many rods. Alright. Oh, yay. Hi, friend. Bye, friend. So, we want Celis to get all of Gigantos' experience. That's why she's got the clear status on. This guy's worth 7,550 experience, which is about 3 levels. And since in the World of Ruin, everything is averaged off of Celis' level, we want her to be level 19 by the time we get off the floating continent. We need her to actually be level 19 before we fight Atma, because the Naughties don't give experience. So we want to take anywhere between 3 to 4 random encounters. I guess because we're waiting for Shadow, it doesn't matter too much, but in any percent, we need Edgar to learn Doom, and we need Celis to learn Fire 2 by the time we get off of this. Celis 2 is with Fire 2 is debatable. No, this isn't good. Die, 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 thank you. Ninjas are by far the scariest encounter. Like, they can't kill... If Terra's at full hit points, she'll always live. But it's more of, we need... Celis needs experience, and Edgar needs magic points to learn Doom. Doom is taught at very, very slow speeds. It's only at ×2. So if he lives through the cranes, which is usually a gamble, he only needs 7 magic points to learn Doom. So the ninjas are worth 5, so technically we can probably get away with 1 more encounter. So the floating continent works very, very differently than the rest of the game. We know where the encounters will be, but we don't know what they'll be. The game picks from a pack of 4 different encounter strings, and it's frame-based. So right now we're getting extremely bad luck, because that's all we're getting is Behemoths. Behemoths don't die to 1 Thunder Rod. If I need to take a solo one, I will near the end, but... Oh, hi! So I still need more encounters for Celis to get to level 19. Ed learning Doom is already secured. I'm gonna try to take this next encounter no matter what. Incoming double Behemoth. Single... Ooh, triple Apocryphas. I'll take this. Nice. So, Atma Weapon. Atma Weapon is a very, very scripted fight. It is very easy for this to go off script if you're a little bit slow with your inputs. So what we're gonna do is just do barely enough damage to push him before we hit an HP threshold that changes his AI. So we actually got really lucky. Runic is just for safety. Funny enough, some of the old strats for this fight was to cast Carbuncle. And if you can have Atma kill himself by reflecting a spell, you actually skip the death animation. It saves about 13 seconds. So it's a pretty good chunk of time. And that's Atma Weapon in a nutshell. So you can see the big damage increase. From Terra's unmorphed form to her morphed form. Not to wait for Shadow. Chat's at a split right now. It's a 50-50. Remember to jump. Remember to do a barrel roll. So I think it's really Shadow that screws up the world. So we could have recruited Shadow, but that was just someone else that would eat into the experience. And Celis getting to level 19 is very important. Just for our whole setup for the World of Ruin. Thankfully, because this is any percent, we're going to be doing the least amount of it as possible. We do a 6-man chart, meaning we do Kefka's Tower with 6 people. Celis, Edgar, Setzer, Mog, Sabin, and Gogo. And we're off to the races. Don't forget, yep, we're gonna get hosed by Pearl Immunity like 3 times. My estimate's gonna be completely destroyed by Doom and Goddess. Oh, wake me up before you go. I always thought it'd be kind of interesting to see what the final fight on the floating continent would have been like. If you would have fought like Emperor Gashal and then Kefka, or you would have fought both of them together. How the statues would have played into it. Pinned between the statues like a tool. I want the power! Sexy Kefka in 14. I took over the airwaves, Iceburner. I decided I wasn't enough in this marathon. I started sabotaging other runs. I want to maximize my screen time. Super Viper ran into technical issues, and his run had to end, so I'm just filling in for the extra time. Nice. No, FF6 gets a lot of love in bigger marathons. It's nicer to see other people getting the spotlight. Like, I'm happy to always run this in a marathon, but it's always nice when other people get their time to shine as well. And it sucks that he had technical difficulties. But life's like that sometimes. You just can't get around it. If technology doesn't want to work, it doesn't want to work. Got to wait for Shadow with the condemned skip. Yes, we do right now. Starring Marasa Arden. Boring, I don't need to sell. So everything else is pretty okay. Tinctures, yep. Alright. So I'm going to put the controller down. We're going to sit here for 4 minutes looking at the airship. Actually, I feel comfortable enough doing this. Okay, Mithril Rod, I want out of here. I want White Cape out of here. You can go there. Magus Hats, get out of Dodge. Under Mithril, White Dress stays there. I got a nice, healthy smattering of shit I can sell. White Cape I need to keep. There we go. Oh yeah, Zelnus, you do an amazing job, like, keeping everything a vast assortment. Actually, since we're sitting here waiting for Shadow, everyone in chat give the claps to Zelnus. Putting on marathons like this is a lot of work. And there's a lot of stuff that goes behind the scenes that no one will ever see. So like, just a round of claps to the admin team for always like putting on these events and them always going smooth no matter what happened. Or the Gozelles, whatever. Just show your appreciation to the admins. So it is a very, very thankless job, and there is a lot of work going into making all the Lego pieces fit. I remember in the first really, really long-a-thons, there was, I think it was Super Nintendo Golf. And I think that was probably like my most enjoyable viewing run. In the first really, really long-a-thon was the tennis. Sorry, not golf, tennis. And like that was a really, really interesting run, just listening to the two runners just talk back and forth about strats and that. That was a wicked, wicked interesting run. Like those two dudes were like top tier entertaining. Like, just talking about how they'd share strats, one person would be better because they were just more refined. But, like, I seen, like, 4.5 hours of tennis, and, like, personally, I was like, I'm not watching that. within like 10 minutes, I was like, I'm watching this. I'm going to be that guy that watches tennis. And like, the whole thing was fucking amazing. I still talk about that with a bunch of people. Yeah, it was right before. Don't forget to jump. I don't wanna. You can't make me. All right. I lost 5 minutes. So, funny story. I was a really crappy streamer 3 years ago. I'm still a really crappy streamer, but that's beside the point. So for some reason, I thought I had to have my mic on a delay. So I didn't have a simple delay like 300 milliseconds. I had like a 12-second delay on my mic. So like everyone thought I must have had the crappiest reactions in the world. So I remember Zelnis was helping me set up for the marathon, and I was like, should I increase my mic delay? And he was like, for what? And I'm like, I got it on 12 seconds. He's like, why? Why do you even do this? And I'm like, I thought I had to for stream delay. He goes, Twitch is not delayed 12 seconds. And the streams only got better since then. Yes, it was not a very, very bright moment. It was in the twilight hours of me streaming. If it wasn't for Zelnis, I'd still be talking about Atma Weapon. Or I wouldn't be talking about him, but the stream would just be hearing about it. The delay would just keep getting bigger and bigger. I think like a lot of SNES games still hold up very, very well in this day and age. Taking away from my embarrassing moments. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to do this fish manip. We're saving Sid. Or at least I'm going to try to. So we will be doing a save and a reset here. This is to put us back on step route, the first time since Ifrit and Shiva. Saving Sid, if you do it correctly, takes a minute. For GDQ, I made a kill Sid manipulation for the bid war, and killing Sid requires 3 cycles, saving Sid requires 4 cycles. So it's not really that fast in the grand scheme of things to even kill him. The general rule of thumb is if fishing takes longer than 3 minutes and 46 seconds, it's faster to kill Sid. Sid starts at 120 hit points and loses 1 hit point per second. And then there's a minute and 46 cutscene that happens after that. So if I can, it does require, you're basically playing frame perfect for about a minute. If you bonk on a rock or anything, that your manipulation's thrown off. So you're just manipulating the NPC value like we did for Zone Seek, like I tried to do for the Firehouse. So anytime a fish or a bird changes direction, it increments the NPC value by 1. And the NPC value dictates what fish you get. So you're on a very, very tight cycle. They're healthier because they save their strength. Sometimes you get this, sometimes you don't. It all just depends on the grand scheme of things. Very nice. So every time you talk to Sid, you increment the NPC value by 4. So before he gets into bed before the first, second, and fourth cycle, I talk to him once, twice, 0, 1, and then 2. The 2 at the very end is to manipulate the NPCs in Nikia. So every time you're talking to Sid, either from the side of the bedroom when the dialogue pops up, you're incrementing the NPC value by 4. So a lot of this routing is just having RamWatch open and be like, all right, what does 123 give me? Nothing. What does 124 give me? Nothing. And you're just doing this over and over again. The one interesting thing about the fish manipulation is every runner has their own form of it. It's probably one of the very, very few things in the game that don't copy over from runner to runner. Some people talk to Sid 5 times, some people will talk to him 8, some people will talk to him once and just have a different walking pattern. So it's always interesting how other runners do it because it's really runner preference, it's what you're comfortable doing. Because if you do bonk on a wall or grab a fish at a wrong time, you can be in a world of hurt. Because I'm scared of solar flares. Yeah, killing Sid definitely has more of a punch in the World of Ruin. It definitely really helps set the mood quite a bit. Panic. Uh, 5 hour, 7 hour, 10 hour. Not so many 10 hours, but a lot of 5s. Panic! Aw, crap. So the game really expects Celis to be about level 30. You get a very, very large hit point increase around the mid 20 levels, and even more into the 30s. So we are still quite a bit underleveled at this point in the game, but we just have enough magic with that grind, with Celis having Zone Seek on the floating continent, where we can kind of beat everything pretty efficiently. I like to ride my chocobo. We're going to IKEA to meet Gerard. He is just a really dusty Ed, the king of Figaro, who we thought was dead. Now, in this new world, he wants nothing to do with us, 'cause Setzer lost his airship trying to save us all. We even went out of our way to save Shadow, and now he is in a cave taking a dirt nap. I like to ride my chocobo. We're here at IKEA. Let's do some shopping. What else can I sell? Ooh. How much more do I need? I forget how much the Bard hat is. Stop. Bard hat's 3,000. So let's sell you, and you. So what we want to be paying attention to is the last digit, or the first digit, I should say, of our GP. I did say IKEA. So we don't want it to be divisible of our level, which is another thing why level 19 is pretty good, because the only thing that really affects us is level 1. This plays into a Dullahan's level Pearl ability. So level Pearl, if your first digit of your GP is divisible by your level, you take damage. There we go. If it's not, you don't take damage. So we're kind of setting up for this next boss coming up. So we bought 2 enhancers and a Bard hat. Enhancer increases magic by 7 and gives you 20 to your magic evasion. One thing I haven't talked about until this point, because it really hasn't become relevant, is physical evasion doesn't work in this game. It works in the GBA and the Steam version, but it doesn't work in SNES. You can thank Cyan's retort ability to that. Cyan's retort is magic. So because of a last-minute check they threw into the game still goes through physical attack versus physical damage, but because the Cyan's retort flag was thrown in very half-assly, at the very end of the damage formula, it thinks every attack is magic in nature, even though it goes through the physical damage checks. So if you can stack more than 128 magic evasion on a character, they will not be hit by any physical or magical attack that is able to be blocked. Unfortunately, we won't get that high. Our goal is to get Ed at 121, which will give him a 9 to 8% chance to get hit. So much later on in the game, we're going to be turning Ed into kind of like our knight, our paladin class. Celis is also just going to get a little bit extra. Like I said, the enhancers adding 20 is a big hit. Bard's hat add plus 10. And then just force armor ends up just destroying everything. We nailed the fish manip judo. So this cave, the first encounter in this cave, is probably the scariest one. If Celis gets confused and doesn't throw a smoke bomb, you can either go really nice or it can go really, really crappy. It's gonna go really crappy. Alright, didn't go too bad. That enemy in the back left can use fire too. Only physicals will break sleep and muddle. Magic won't, so Celis will do her nice pirouettes while taking a boatload of damage. Or could the fish be dead? The fish can be dead. That was shockingly kind for a muddle. I'll take that in a run. So until we get to the we will be doing a grind with Celis. World of Ruin doesn't have any no encounter tiles. So we're allowed to overstep one, which is quite hard in this game because it's usually you overstep once and then you have to step again to get back on step route. If you get off of it, it's no big deal. The battles just get a little rearranged, but you generally just want to try to stick on it as much as you can. Oh, yes! Thank you. So we give Celis the running shoes. The tentacles can only grab you if you have the slow status. Since the running shoes give us a permanent haste status, Celis can't be picked up. So now the most random thing in this fight, will Doom land? Alright, so Doom has a 70% chance to land, and if it doesn't, this fight gets very, very rocky very quickly. That bottom left tentacle will always cast Doom first, or not Doom, Bio first try. And if it's a single target, Celis is going to be pretty close to taking a dirt nap. Very nice fight. So in this split's called Family Friendly Hentai in my stream. A viewer named it and it kind of just stuck. So we got Ed. So funny thing about Edgar and the tentacle fight. Edgar will staple whatever's on your inventory to his body. So there has been times it's very, very rare. Edgar, like some runners do not sell the auto crossbow. So there is a chance that Edgar will equip the auto crossbow as a helmet. In the Japanese runs, there's something called the equip anything glitch, where you can equip relics, tools as like helmets and body armor. You can equip charm bangles as a weapon. And what that does is it gives you an insane amount of defense. So if you keep the auto crossbow and you get that 1 in 65,000 chance that he equips an auto crossbow as a helmet, you get 255 defense. Your run's not invalid because it's just the game being the game. So for like the Japanese any percent runs that are glitched, what you'll do is way back at the beginning of Nikia, you'll buy 3 Magus hats. And so for Kefka at Narsh, Sabin will have 3 Magus hats equipped. You'll have one of them as a helmet, one of them as a body armor, and one of them as a shield. Which Sabin having plus 15 to magic that early just completely breaks pretty much everything because you just have such a large amount of magic on someone that's not supposed to have it. It is for anyone that's familiar with the New Game Plus run, a level 1 Terra in Kefka's Tower will take 1 or 2 damage. Where in the Western New Game Plus run, Terra will take about 600 in the back row. So it basically makes you invulnerable to pretty much all damage in the game. So now we're getting close to getting our wings back. Kitty, what are you doing? Thank you. The World of Ruin is very depressing place. I think it is kind of like a good story of like just if you get through the bad times, the good times are coming. There was one marathon run I did where the cat got angry because I wasn't paying attention to him, and he decided to reset my console. So I'm always a little bit panicky every time he steps by the SNES. It's just like, get away. I don't need you doing this again. Kitty does demand attention. So we will be grabbing the experience egg, which doubles the amount of experience a character gets, which will make the next grind pretty fast for what we need to do for it. I remember that, Sharky. Your kitty completely fell off the table and took the webcam with it. It took victims. I fed the kitty when we were doing the Atmo cutscene. Thankfully, Sharky's cat was okay, but it was a greatly like confusing moment of I don't know what to do. I'm not going down alone. Oh, that sucks, Azure. Nice. Everyone's all set up. Wall ring. Alright, Setzer didn't kill himself. We're off to a good start. Fell into the toilet. She had a bath that night. So we equipped the experience egg on Celis. We're going to be doing a very short grind. So we got Celis 8 magic points on the floating continent. We're still a little too weak to go into Kefka's Tower. So Celis is going to be going from level 19 to level 42. It takes about 12 encounters. And what this will do is this will give her a massive 46 magic. We stop at level 42 because that's when she naturally learns Ice 3. And even though she has an additional 54 magic from all the grinding, she still needs double earrings to hit max damage with Ice 3. What this also does, it will give Mog, Gogo, and Sabin extra levels. Mainly A for damage, but B also just hit points for survivability. Because Kefka's Tower is still a very, very scary place. 54. So this will raise our average party level from 19 to 26. No, I'm having Ed kill himself first turn. He's got the running shoes on. He's dying. I'm not taking Ed not running away. So here we get a nice flashback of the airship Setzer forgot about until we got him out of his drunken stupor. And he's like, oh wait, I do have wings out there somewhere. If any organizers are looking for an update, we probably have about an hour left at this point. If any admins want another time update, I can update you later on, but at the moment we probably have a little under an hour left of the run. If you guys need to start getting other stuff set up or anything like that. Okay. I hate, like, sometimes I'm really good with it, and sometimes I forget, and it's like, oh yeah, time. Congratulations, I'm done. It's like, it's really not part of the muscle memory. Nice. Alright, you guys are definitely dying. So, with these frog fights, Celis is getting 12,400 experience. We have a nice mixture between the 4 frogs and another enemy called Mantidea. The Mantideas give 19,000 experience, but only 1,000 GP. So, like, when you're force-feeding a character 12,000 to 19,000 experience, they gain levels very quickly. And before chat starts going off about my gird, Vanish Doom, I don't have anything for that. But your characters naturally have pretty much a 0% chance to block Doom, so Vanish isn't bypassing any immunities, because Stamina blocks it. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. So, we've gained 6 levels in 2 fight. We don't need the extra 25% damage from the hero ring. So we're pretty much just going to walk back and forth in this small little 3-tile area. And this is where all the rest of our ice rods and fire rods are going to go. Thankfully, I have a boatload of thunder rods I can just throw at random stuff in the game. I like to explain it for other people because not a lot of people know the intricacies of what happens. Or it just kind of becomes so normalized that you really don't think about it. Like, I ran this for no glitches allowed, and we ended up having like a big discussion over it. Like, it was nothing heated, it was all just in good fun, but it greatly depends on how pedantic some people are as well. I've ran this for well over a year and a half now, so like, it doesn't bother me, it's all just in good fun. I just like saying it because sometimes chat laughs, sometimes they look at me like I'm an idiot. You take your shots. Only 3 tables were thrown. Oh yeah, Wang, definitely. So, there's a funny glitch you can do in this game. If you fight the Reach Frogs until turn 3, they'll use an ability called Rippler. What Rippler does, it steals your status effect and gives it to the frog. So in case of point with Shadow, Interceptor is a permanent status effect on Shadow. So if Shadow doesn't have any status effects, the Reach Frog can steal Interceptor from him. The sad thing is, if you kill that frog, Interceptor's gone forever. But hilarious thing is, you can transfer Interceptor to someone else. I remember when PJ was running this years ago. He ended up giving Interceptor to Umaro, and I thought that was the cutest thing in the world, because he had a little puppy friend. It's extremely tricky to set up, because you need a long string of things to go right, but it's still fun when it happens. So we're just at 3 more battles left. It's a very, very short grind, but it's a very, very needed grind. And like a lot of the talks of what a glitch and what isn't a glitch was long before I came into the community. So I just kind of follow what everyone else does. Very solid grind. Come on, Doomgaze. I had one glitchless run where I ran into Doomgaze 3 different times. Like, every flight I took, I ended up running into him. He just really wanted to make his presence known. So obviously the first character we grab is Mog, for 2 reasons. One reason is, obviously the Moogle Charm, which completely eliminates any encounter. The second reason is Mog starts at average party level +5. So by grabbing Mog now, we're not really diluting the average party level as much. And it also saves us 3 encounters when we're going to get Sabin. We could have got Sabin before the tentacles. He would have started at level 21 instead of the 27 we're going to recruit him at. And as you can see from the tentacles and Dullahan fight, he just doesn't add anything. Celis with the extra magic from the enhancer and the zone seeker, she can pretty much handle everything. So we won't be removing characters off Mog. Mog has a glitch in his dialogue, or a bug, where it will always say his default name for his first text box, and Mog really doesn't have any text past that. So thankfully in the speedrun, even if we run into Doomgaze, it's just a time loss. We're never really going to be a multiple of 5, so we don't have to worry about level 5 Doom doing anything nasty. So in traditional JRPG fashion, Sabin can hold up this house for a couple of minutes, but we have some treasure chests to loot. We can no longer buy fire, ice, and thunder rods in the World of Ruin. Thamasa has changed the rod stock and only went to pearl rods. Pearl rods cost 12,000 GP each. So Thamasa is really capitalizing on the end of the world. So we need a good chunk of money. We do need to buy 6 extra pearl rods because they're our only form of damage against Doom. So pearl rods will deal max damage. Thunder rods will only deal 3,142 or something close to that. Pearl rods just have an insane attack power. Now also with Doom being weak to Pearl. Once again, that elemental weakness coming into play for big damage. So I'm doing a save and a reset here to set up the step route for Kefka's Tower. You can either do it here or after the Thamasa shop. I like doing it here. It gives you the potential to manipulate the green assholes on the bridge when you go for the red jacket. If you skip the red jacket, the manip is 100%. We put it on battle speed 1 and active so we can do a bunch of inventory management. Just try to sort out a bunch of items that we can use or that we can sell quickly. So in a serious PB attempt, I would skip this item. The red jacket gives Sabin a bunch of good stats. It also gives him fire immunity, which is good against tier 3. Skipping this is a good 20-second time save, but it does make the final Kefka leg very, very sketchy. Because I don't trust myself. If you're under the ceiling 8 frames before it starts to drop, it'll still count it as a crush kill. That's just because of the game keeping track of where your collision box was and not where it is. So if you're just a hair too slow, it is very easy. Even though you're not under the ceiling, it will still just end up murdering you. So we have one more item to grab here, the Thunder Shield. This will give Gogo immunity to Murton. Tier 3 Murton is fire and wind element. So Red Jacket and the Thunder Shield will keep both of them safe. It also has the same property as a rod, except in the tier 3 form. Okay, so get running shoes and sprint, get charm. What does Gogo get? Sprint earring. Running shoes. Optimize. Optimize. Yep. Back row, back row. Gogo is not a female character. There was a flag set in the game where female characters would get a discount at the shop. And Gogo doesn't have it, where Terra and Celis and Realm do. Gravity, Crystal. Hyper Wrist. Magical. Zephyrs. I was hoping for a little bit more money. Maybe there's something else I can sell. Desperation selling. Very true, Kurt Mack. I didn't think of it that way. Oops. What did I... Oh, I hate myself. I don't know how, but that was gold. You idiot. Give me the crane. Give me the crane. Don't worry, everything is fine. I didn't forget to get the most important skill in the game. And I wanted to show off Doomgaze. Yep, I forgot Bum Rush. Look, I'm better to remember it now and then when we get to Goddess. That would have been really awkward. Sitting at Goddess, why am I failing this? Why can't I do it? So Bum Rush is a magical based blitz that ignores magic defense. You've triggered my trap card. Oh yeah, that would have been large controller rage. It's okay, I wanted to show off. I wanted to show off Doomgaze. I hope those extra 4 steps I took with Sabin don't mean anything bad. Alright. now that we're set. Just ignore everything that happened. All right, this time looks a little better. Alright, if by any chance we die, someone remind me I have to go get Bum Rush again. There's only about 12 encounters in this area. Probably like 13 or so. Yeah, with that very crappy menu, something was wrong. I just want to get off this. GT Behemoth. Oh no, Vector Goyle. Wow. Ow. Alright. You know what? Dang it. Get me out of here! Run! Oh, I got X potions up the wazoo. Oops. Yeah, we're good. Dang it. It was okay, Andy. This has been a very comical ride so far. Oh! Bye, Ed. Thanks for coming out. So with Inferno, the big thing is to kill him before he gets his third turn. On his third turn, he likes to cast Delta Hit, which is going to cost me a remedy. So depending on how Ed feels right now, he might be a blocking king, or he just might be a dud. So far, he's doing good, but we don't want to pat him on the back. And probably get rid of that warp stone in an encounter. I think I'm okay. Alright. Doing good. Making progress. Getting to the promised land. Get me out of here. Oh, crap. Oh, hey! I was all worried for nothing. Alright, now Mog. I missed Bum Rush. I was sure I probably missed equipping the Moogle Charm. So Mog is probably the freest. You don't care about step route. You don't have to worry about encounters. I'll grab the fixed dice for safety, for shits and giggles. But you can see like how fast skipping encounters, like how much just more movement you can obviously cover. And this is the reason why like all characters in Espers isn't really that much longer as you expect compared to an any percent. I mean, Doom can also kill you with them. Dang it. Ooh, Scullion. Hi, friend. Bye, friend. 7 Thunder Rods. Jeebus. I went a little overboard. So Guardian has 60,000 hit points. So the main goal is to cast slow on him and just hopefully kill him before he kills us. Actually, I probably have Ed throw 1 or 2 of them. We're gonna have Ed use Drill just to shore up the damage numbers in case we don't get any, like, max damage rolls. Drill still does like a good 600-700 damage. I think he might transition to Ultros at this rate. He's not really counterattacking too much. Nice. Good damage. I'll take that, coach. Oh, because I unequipped the Minerva. Don't tell me that SPR. It's what I live for. Oh, thank you. Bye-bye. So we're getting close to the end. We have 3 statues left, and then Kefka. This is the one generally where it doesn't go south very often. This is, I'd say, probably the safest of the fights. Celis with the Minerva and the Force Shield can only be damaged by physical abilities. Ooh, nice block. So, I believe it's 8 spell casts. Ed blocking that stop is very, very lucky. Flare Star, I think the Thunder Shield will keep him alive. Nope, never mind. Alright, Celis is on his own. Or on her own. So it's kind of just Celis versus Poltergeist. The Minerva is an amazing piece of equipment that nullifies 4 types of magic. I believe it's Wind, Thunder, Ice, Fire, and then halves damage from the other 4 elements. And then Shell giving a 33% damage reduction as well. She could pretty much just solo this without any issues. So Doom is definitely, I'd say it's probably the trickiest boss. Our only way to deal damage is with Pearl Rods. What the hey? Always you gotta battle one tile before the boss. So a large majority of this battle is Mog throws Pearl Rod, Setzer heals him. Setzer will throw one Pearl Rod just to round out damage, but the vast majority of it's just coming from Mog. We taught Setzer Fire back at the Dullahan fight, and that was just for this fight. In case Enfrost actually hits and Mog becomes frozen. If Enfrost hits and Setzer becomes frozen, you're kind of pooched. So Mog will have to do double duty with healing and throwing rods. So far, this has been a pretty tame fight. So we're getting close to what he's gonna do. Thankfully, I have elixirs for days. So you can do something called Force Field Skip. If we trigger Doom's counterattacks 3 times, and if his ATB's at the right spot, we don't get Force Field. And Force Field is Pearl. We hit the trusty reset button. Thankfully, we did not get Pearl, so the run continues. And we master a new dance. Alright, so we got 1 statue left. Oh, epilepsy warning. Sorry, I should have called that out early. So a goddess dies to 7 bum rushes. Goddess, you gonna do something, girl? Okay, I thought you died there. We want Go-Go at full hit points in case we get Quasar. If Sabin is alive and we see Quasar, the highest damage roll Quasar can give us is 1,383. So if 2 people are alive, Go-Go will live with 5 hit points. That is by far the tamest goddess fight ever. I don't even know. That is by far the tamest goddess fight I've ever seen. Just sat there and did nothing for 4 turns. Normally in a run, it's not like that. Normally in a run, it's very chaotic. So we're gonna give him Edgar the True Knight, the item we picked up way back in the Returner's hideout. We're gonna give him that. The True Knight, what it does is it protects members that are below 1/8 total hit points. So we're going to be wanting to get Gogo and Sabin into critical health. So Edgar will protect them. If magic happens, they're kind of on their own, but for physical, Edgar is really going to be the White Knight. We've stacked as much magic evasion on him as we can from the Enhancer, Force Shield, Artat, and Force Armor. We gave him the White Cape to give him +10 to magic evasion. And also to give him immunity from Mute, which will be very important on Tier 3. So Tier 1 and 2 are just very simple. Make sure no one dies during a phase transition and outright murder them. Tier 1, we're going to be going for the head. We want to kill that before... We don't want the head to be the last thing to die because it likes to cast Quake. Tier 3 is very tricky. I'm just going to do a speed read now because I don't... Tier 3 requires a lot of mental math. So Tier 3, we want to damage him. We want to do just a hair over 20,000 damage to rest. And then we want to do a setup. Now, how much damage we do to him is greatly dependent on if Bum Rush targets Rest or Lady. Lady is the little head on the left. We want to kill that first. So Bum Rush has a 50% chance to hit it. We want to kill that, and then do 20,000 damage, and then set us up to go into a kill. So Tier 1 is just nuke the head with fire. We will be using Break on the left hand. And hopefully it's a 65% chance to hit. So we're going to hope it does its job before too much. I'm going to want to kill off Sabin and Gogo, either by counterattacks or by spells. Because I want them to be protected, because they can only take really one hit from Tier 1. Tier 1 hits like a truck. So it's better to have them in critical form and just hope Edgar will bring you to the promised land. Bump. 2, 1, 6, 3, and away we go. So the first thing we want to do is have Celis cast a spell, and then get haste on her. She learned haste naturally during the grind. Reverse polarity is probably one of the worst things you see, because now I gotta spend a turn putting everyone in the back row. Missed, no big deal. Cast it again. I want to play this really safe. I'm going to put Go-Go in defense. So if he does get hit, it'll only do half damage. I'm just going to have Celis kill him off. Good recovery on tier 1. So tier 2, there's 4 phases. This is where I like to burn any extra Thunder Rods. Thunder Rods is just a very fast animation, and it'll do 6,537 to 3 parts, and it'll deal max damage to the middle, if I remember damage numbers correctly. I was close, 6547. I'm just having Go-Go cast Ice 3 on Tiger. Tiger is weak to ice, so it's actually worth it to cast the spell there, just for that little bit of extra damage. M-Tech Laser is actually Thunder Element. So Minerva helps protect extra damage from that. So when we kill Power, it will do 10 hits. And this is where we're hoping Edgar ends up being an absolute unit. So he has an 8% chance to get hit. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dang it. So now we get to tier 3 with counting. We're basically hoping for Bum Rush to instantly hit Lady. Where do we go? Nice. Very nice. Alright, so now we really don't have to worry much about damage counting. Ice 3 will hit for max, and then we'll do an attack with Edgar. Okay, he has 40,000 hit points flat, so anything over 4 is a guaranteed kill. So now we're going to wait for Rest to do an action, and we're going to transition into the final phase. So if we get Meteo, I'm going to throw a Phoenix down on Edgar. And if we get Train, I'm going to throw a Remedy on Celis. And if we get nothing, we just continue on with life. So he ended up being very nice, gave us nothing. Calmness is physical, so by having the clear status, we don't have to worry about getting hit. We're set up very, very nicely for Tier 4. That was a very good Tier 2 and Tier 3. If you get rest below 12,000 hit points, he'll counterattack with Meteo, Train, or nothing. And every time his turn happens, he'll hit Meteo. Meteo will kill Sabin and Edgar if he doesn't block it. We give Gogo the red cap to give him enough hit points to live through it. And Celis just has enough natural hit points, she's fine. Let's see if I remember how to do this fight. So we're breaking the Thunder Shield for static damage. We don't want to deal too much over damage. Because Kefka can do some pretty nasty counterattacks. Wow. That was insanely early goner. Might be in a little bit of an issue. Oh, we're good. And time. Bada! I'm happy with that run. Thank you, everyone, for the GGs. 5:14:57 on my splits. Sub 5:15 in a marathon. I am very, very happy with that, especially since I almost forgot to get Bum Rush. The estimate, like I said, the estimate, you always have to overinflate the estimate. A death to tier 3 is 10 minutes. Death to Doom is 5 minutes. It's always better to give yourself that extra leeway. But it's very, very solid run. And that was with waiting for Shadow. That was with losing 5 minutes waiting for Shadow, too. I don't know when, yeah, Bum Rush cost me 2.5 minutes as well. I don't know when Zelnus is going to cut me off or when any of the admins are. I just want to say thank them for allowing me to show it off. Thank you guys thanks chat for being absolutely amazing and keeping me company. It was a lot of fun, a lot of laughs. I never expected to save Shadow, but here we are. It's been a lot of laughs, a lot of Mothmans. So for anyone that wants a little more of me, we can let the credits play, Zelnus, if you want, or if you want to cut, your choice. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for letting me show the game off. Everyone have yourself a wonderful night. Stick around. We got a lot more good games coming up. So it's always fun to be a part of something like this. Oh. I always like these end credits. It always feels like a very satisfying way to end the run. We could have probably saved Shadow. But like that goddess, I don't know how to explain it. That she went out for a smoke break or something. Yeah, we were very kind with the very less doom gazes. I'll have to watch that Kefka fight. I think it was because of the bum rush where he got Goner off. Into skipping turn. Well, I think Goddess has a 33% chance to do nothing on her first turn. Let's check the AI script real quick. Yeah, 33% nothing on first turn. So we must have just we must have had just a really low ATB roll for the first turn. Yeah, we seen Doomgaze going to get Bum Rush because I was an idiot. How embarrassing would that have been? Got the Goddess, couldn't do Doomgaze, couldn't do Bum Rush. It's like, why am I horrible? So Doomgaze spawns on 2 tiles on the whole overworld. So the odds are pretty small that you're gonna find one of the 2 tiles on the whole overworld. I don't know how many tiles are on the overworld map in general, per se. Use a warp stone, or have Mog run back to all the way to the beginning. Get Bum Rush, and then go through Kefka's Tower. If you end up running into a GT Behemoth or a Land Mover, just sucks to suck. Goddess absorbs Thunder, so Thunder Rods aren't an answer, and we don't have the magic stat to back them. Goddess also absorbs Holy, so Aura Bolt's out of the picture. Fire Dance has a very, very low magic multiplier. And like Pummel wouldn't have done much of anything. So we just would have had to take the hit and leave Kefka's Tower, which would have been a very, very big time dump. But you shouldn't be skipping it in the first place. You should know the route enough. It is unsuplexable, so we can't do anything. But like, that's something you definitely shouldn't be forgetting. That was me just scrolling too far down in the notes. Quantum suplex position. Just give everything the undead flag. Then you can suplex it to the heavens. And for that randomizer flag. How amazing would it be to suplex Kefka? Game just automatically soft locks because it doesn't know what to do with itself. Yeah, the game really didn't expect you to skip a couple of characters. Meteor drive capability for all enemies. Nope, FF6 wasn't quite there yet. They needed a little bit more work. They gave it a good shot, though. Being able to suplex a train. I like how in the Steam version you get an achievement for suplexing the train. I think the best is when you suplex the train, then you end up suplexing yourself. Because you get confused from Evil Toot.